All right, I do believe we are live on LinkedIn, YouTube, and as always on Twitch. Anybody that wants to interact with our bots or hang out and actually get into a deeper conversation, please do come over to Twitch. That's where the interactivity is. I do appreciate everybody streaming from LinkedIn and YouTube, though, just the same. I'll try and check those, but no guarantees. I am using StreamYard for the first time, so we'll see how well that works. Make sure that my post went up on, I don't see my post going up on LinkedIn yet. There we go. I'm about to see myself on LinkedIn. I'm happy with that. Awesome. So StreamYard's working. I haven't done StreamYard yet as a, the way I'm doing it this time. This is new. So this works. We're gonna get into it. All right. Do I sit? Do I stand? My back's hurt from yesterday. I'm gonna sit. That means I gotta readjust the hand cam. Every time I sit and stand, the hand cam moves, which is just the worst. So Sockhouse, Brian Sturrow does want to, the guy that was in lighter stuff, I think he said he liked Cool Beans. He wants to do game dev. Like he wants to get into games. So now this is Neon Boy. So if you want to talk Neon, I can introduce you. I'm sure he'd love to too. So this one is Neon Boy. And then there's Brian Sturrow as well, who I was playing earlier, who's a little bit of a lighter feel. It wouldn't fit your game as much as like this theme would definitely fit your game better. But I would love to connect the synth and music producer industry that I've hung out with to the dev industry that I've hung out with. I think that would be, I was talking to Brian about that. I was like, dude, I think we know some people that might be able to use your music. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So what am I building? Yeah, it could be, yeah. Next time that Brian's on, he gets on a little later though, so it's gonna be harder to get you to catch one of his streams. But let's figure out a time that you can talk to him or Neon. Yeah, and all the musicians are looking to do it. You know, like it's such a, I don't know why I'm redrawing this. I'm having this drawing already. The thing is, all the devs all want music, and then they stay in the dev streams. No, you go over to the music streams if you want the music. Network a little bit. No way. Okay. Where was my drawing? What I'm about to do? Here's the top of all of this crap. Yeah. This is what we're building today. This has some information that I actually really need, so I'm glad that I remember this. So I was getting to a JQ when I got stuck. Exactly, man. They just don't know how. They don't know how to get up with game devs, and it's because they spend their time in music streams. It's such an interesting. There's not enough overlap. But that should be part of what Twitch is for, right? Cross vertical networking. What I really want to do is, and Brian might be one of the first ones I do. So like Neon, I've asked him specifically if I can use his music. He said yes. Jonathan has said yes. OpenSet lets anybody use his music. Shamanic lets anybody use his music. Brian has said he'll let me use his music, and he's interested in game devs using his music. So there are people out there that are interested in doing this, and there's just not a good network for it. And so how do you build that kind of platform that allows the game devs to go find musicians? And I don't entirely know, but part of the plan is to have raid trains that go from game dev into music, back to game dev, back to music. I would love to do that. And introduce them to each other. I'd love to be, honestly. So there's and maybe that's what it is. There's an organization, the Golden Shrimp Guild. They're about to have a big raid train, and I absolutely love it. Sorry for the inception. GSV.live. My stepbrother is one of them. Neon Boy. Most of the guys that I listen, all the synthesizer stuff I listen to, almost all of it is GSG. I don't think Brian's GSG, but he's not really synth. He's more FL Studio. But so GSG.live. So if anybody ever wants to go see the Golden Shrimp Guild, gsg.live, they've got, so you can go see Dan Tremblay. I know him. Beta units I've seen. Not sure who Anselm Bauer is new to me, but they have Synthon coming up January 3rd, Friday the 26th. So they start us all up today. Oh, I guess they've already started the Synthon. So I might add Synthon to, once I find the schedule, I might add it to raytrain.tv. So people that are going to raytrain.tv might find it. So I'll find their schedule. But they have a number of musicians that are all very community driven and all want to share the coolest tricks, and it's just a lot of really cool stuff they do. I don't know why I can't click it. The website's not my favorite. Architect built it. So these are the guys that I'm modeling the rates right now. So every Sunday, Synthon weekends excluded, right? So this weekend excluded because Synthon. We have a very easygoing, fun event where we especially encourage new streamers to perform and stimulate established streamers, and stimulate established streamers to experiment. There's an open sign-up procedure, so it's very simple to join up, even last minute after setting up and testing your stream. This is a great way to get your foot into streaming events. It's wide open. Sundays are just anybody. Modular Mondays. On Mondays, you can enjoy hours of non-stop curated modular synth. So they have, and then on all these dates, the 303, 808, 909, 505, they have specific events, and the Synthon's 358 nonstop. So they've got a lot of fun events, and they're very supportive of each other. And it's all about the community. And so that's what I'm trying to build for the dev community. And I would love to hook up the dev community with the synth community, because I think there's a lot of good overlap there. And a lot of people that want to do both. And a lot of people that do both. So I'm so whitewashed today. I don't know if it's my lighting or what. But... All right, so what did... Let's see. So LinkedIn, I'm not even using LinkedIn Live right now. Well, I am, but I'm not using it via that. I'm using it via StreamYard. So it's interesting, and I've been hitting that lately, right? And you've seen some of it. Those aren't the people I'm interested in. There's a million people doing dev streams, and if they're not open source friendly, meaning they don't want to share information and share community, then I just go on to the next person. I've got the industry professionals behind me already. If you watch the people that really do respect what I do and are interested in doing it, it's the industry professionals that aren't here to make money, aren't here to beat anybody at anything. They're here to share their knowledge and network, and that's the people that I want. And you know, that's Security Live and Java Grunt and Mishmanners and Captain Coder is a great example. And Sockhouse has been great for it as well, although fits. I'm more referencing guys that are, have climbed up to dev advocate. So I've noticed there's multiple different ways to get into streaming. And you either do it because you're watching a stream one day and you think, man, that could be me, right? This is fun. That could be me. That could be me. Right? And that's a perfectly fine reason to get into streaming. By the way, any reason to get into streaming is fine. And I encourage everybody to try it, because you never know, if you're going to enjoy it, it's going to help you work. So, you've got the people that watch somebody and they think that, right? And then you've got people that start out at a desk and work for 10 years. And then they go to a position where now they are instead standing on a stage in front of a screen, explaining what they're doing, right? They've got their mic stand, and they've got an audience here watching. And then they go, I could do this from home. Why would I not just do it like this and have my screen? And then I can have my audience on my screen, and I can, share my knowledge, and we can all talk with it. And if you do this, maybe in 10 years of doing that, you'll still end up in the same spot. And I've noticed, or do you lots of it? Yeah. Nope, I'll just get it going. Yeah. But these are kind of the two different ways to get to, in my opinion, a professional advocate streamer, whatever that is. And I'm not paid to stream, but I have been invited to conferences to talk. Out of, I didn't even apply for CFPs. People literally saying, hey, I've had people literally, hey, I want you to come talk at reInvent 2020 on Fargate because you are at the time I was the top architect using Fargate. So there's different approaches. I appreciate that. Well, and I'm trained from that. So my training was as military intelligence. And I know I've talked to you a little bit to Dr. Locke about this. But so my training was military intelligence and the intel brand of excellence. At this point, I was doing KC-135s, but I started with pararescue special operators. And we always talked about the intel brand of excellence. So the first thing that I did when I started my professional career, well, first I tried to be a special operator. Like, I'm going to go save lives and jump out of airplanes and helicopters and shit. Found out I'm not that cool. Not that cool. I'm cool, but I'm not that cool. So I washed out of that. I had to self-eliminate. Got out of the pool, my little Speedo, blue horn. Hoo-yah team, I quit. Whole fucking 9 yards. Everybody cried for days. It was great. Once I dug myself out of that hole, I went to go do intelligence for pararescue. In fact, I made the decision ahead of time. It was, I can't do the most physical thing. Let's go do the most intellectual thing. And so I went and did that kind of somewhat by chance. I mean, I self-eliminated. There's no two ways about it. But so did David Goggins from the same school. So, oh well. My boat just became Intel while his boat went to go be SEALs. And so in Intel, it's a 6-month school of building presentations, giving presentations, getting grilled by somebody wearing a little, paper star pretending they're a general. And, why do you think this is going to happen, Airman Benton? And you're like, well, sir, according to my research, the enemy course of action is likely to be this based on the fact that their doctrine says this and their current personnel is this. And he goes, what about Sixth Fleet? You know where Sixth Fleet is? I used to have this Navy colonel that would do this every fucking time. We were in the Air Force. We'd be doing a simulation of Russian aggression off the North Carolina coast with a nuclear sub. And we'd be talking about the nuclear sub and how we could go buzz it, make sure that we understood where it was, track it, and go, where's Sixth Fleet? And I was like, I don't fucking in the med, man. I don't know. I'm Air Force. And he's like, well, you understand, son, when Sixth Fleet leaves the med, that's when the aggressions really happen. The Sixth Fleet's there in order to ensure the bears can't come over the North Pole. I don't know. It's been years since those stuff. And on and on. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay. So, and when he says all that, I said, yes, sir. I'll make sure to get back to you with that very shortly. As soon as I get done here, I'll go figure out what Sixth Fleet is. I'll see how the relation is to this exercise, and I'll get right back to you. All right. Thank you, Intel. Have a good day. You go off and fucking, no. Sir, Airman Forces ordered. Just found out Sixth Fleet's over. They're actually coming out of the med. They're coming down southwest. They've gotten about to the Cumberland Gap, Johnson City, Tennessee. They got to get a move on. And so that was how we learned. And it was grilled, and it was the Intel brand of excellence that was making sure that what we presented was our best foot forward every time. And so I've been through some formal training facilities. And so this is streaming to me is a natural progression of my career, not a change in career. It's that, now that I'm a founder, now that I need to advertise my own consulting ability, as well as build my intellectual properties, as well as get open source contributors to my projects, because I'm not the best at everything. This is the best way to do that. Maybe not Twitch. LinkedIn Live's doing me some good. I appreciate everybody on LinkedIn Live. I've actually been getting some decent feedback there. Even just a little like. By the way, please like it on LinkedIn Live. It's huge. It builds SEO. It impressions are what we want on LinkedIn Live, and I'm getting huge traction there. I'm not hitting as much traction on Twitch necessarily, although I'm getting the eyes I want. But I would rather have 15 people watch my LinkedIn Live every time that are other founders that are particularly going to be business partners in the future than 20, and no offense to my viewers, because my viewers are all extremely intelligent, but 15 kids watching me because they think that if they watch enough of me, they're going to become coders. Which maybe, but not if you don't apply yourself. And part of that also is I now need to build my open source libraries in a way that anyone that wants to can follow along, and it becomes more educational. And I've got plans on that too. And I think at some point my stream is going to become more of a conversational. So the other dev advocates do talk shows and podcasts. Typically, they don't do software and game dev, because what they want is they want other industry professionals to come on and talk to them, ask questions, and then be able to explain on a whiteboard or switch together. Yeah, dreaming makes them feel like they're progressing. Exactly. Let's get a TTS on. That's I've talked about with let's see, what TTS I thought about with Thor stream, right? Everybody's, oh, how do I become Thor? One, I don't want to become Pirate Software. I have no aspirations of becoming Pirate Software or Primeagen or even OpenSet. Although I have more of aspirations to become OpenSet than either of them. Twitch isn't the goal. I want to become the Mark Rober of software. Mark Rober is the most recognizable engineer in the world. He is mentoring the most people in the world. He is improving society, in my opinion, from an engineering perspective. Maybe not the most, but up there. But Jam, you're here. Part of it is if you're here looking for inspiration. I've got a guy that watches me sometimes that is Games with Snakes, and he's a sick dude. He's a 420 streamer, and he just gets high every day, hangs out in this place. He's weird as shit and just has fun. But every once in a while he says that he comes in here, and I think his we'll say partner. I never know what term to call people. I don't know if it's a wife or girlfriend or whatever. Comes in too sometimes, and they're like, and he's even said like, "You're so inspirational. I like to turn you on in the morning and then come up with ideas." And I love that. I love the idea of someone coming in, watching, just seeing like, oh, there are people out there just working their fucking dick off. Let me go work my fucking dick off, and like, good enough. If I motivated you a little bit, I'm happy. And when I can't figure out how to get online, I watch my friends, and they get me to my computer. Neon, every time that Neon plays, almost every time, like I've literally, it's been midnight. I'm sitting in the house because I've got a gap between the house and the garage for being familiar, and I work out of my garage. I appreciate the alert, Kish. I hope you're having a good day. I come out at midnight and just started coding. I was laying in bed one time at 2 a.m. Neon got on. I got up and coded. Dim's the rules. Neon plays, I code. I'm fine with that. Oh, I appreciate that, Kish. I got to get a little bit of work done here in a second. I haven't touched much actual ML platform architecture in a little while, and starting to, I mean, I've been doing community building, which is good and has long-term value, but now that we got the first ray training done, I actually got to get some work done. I keep my forward dick. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, you know, with this metaphorical dick, you can just work it off and keep getting back. I keep standing up and down, and I know that's got to be a little annoying for viewers, but I'm trying to get my back into shape where I can stand up for a whole stream, and it is not there. I remember I went to reInvent, and I had to stand up for like 10 hours, hell, really 13 hours a day for like 4 days. Or they welcomed me in because we were doing demos, just live demos. This was the old school streaming. This was live demos on an iPad for 4 days straight. I found those images. I haven't actually looked at those in a bit. That was a lot of fun. I love conferences. I mean, it was brutal, but it was a lot of fun. Oh, why? Okay, I don't have my Instagram signed in, so we won't get to see them. They're probably on my Discord. But the conference, the hallway track is my favorite thing in the world. Just going and talking to other entrepreneurs, other speakers, other just people that are interested in moving forward in the industry. Right? All right, I need to go back to. It's not OpenTofu versus Terraform. It's not fucking nameless. But let's see what it gave me for boilerplate code. Oh my god, don't give me all this shit. All right, we're gonna carve half of this out. So where does this go? Do I have somewhere for this? No. I need to create a new repository for this. For this component, or for this, what I'm going to call it, it's not what I'm going to call it. It is called a bundle. So we're using Mass Driver today, which is platform engineering delivered. And I like that they redirect me because I just go to the wrong stuff all the time, but whatever. NeuroQuack, dev. So I need to build one of these. Each one of these is a repository that is given specific permission or specific variables in order to change what it produces, right? And so now I need to build a batch job. So in order to do that, I'll go to DevOps. I'll go to repositories. Tofu SageMaker serverless inferencing. Jesus. I'm going to create a whole new repo. New repository. Ooh. I would love to make a template for this. I don't know. They should make this easy enough for me. I don't want to name this. Let's see how I name my other ones. Tofu, Terraform, webinar, this. So this is my naming schema. It's AWS SageMaker inferencing. So AWS Batch Jobs. AWS Batch Job. I think that's it for now. We're going to see how extensible we can make this. AWS Batch Job. Mass driver and open using OpenTofu. Public. We're going to put Apache on it. What? Oh, just the get ignore. Get ignore is going to be Terra. Yeah, Tofu. No. Terraform. License Apache. Reader. I should add a readme, whatever. I just do that. Code, copy. Oh, I did not mean to restart NeuroQuack. NeuroQuack, you can, well, let's just rebuild NeuroQuack so it runs neat operations. Let's do cd get status ls. All right, I think what I need is to find out where this goes. So cd AWS ls no extensions, forks, docs, Postgres, temp, Terraform, provider, tofu. Here, get from this, feeding into AWS Batch Jobs, code doc, and then opens up a new thing. Here we are. Another new repo. Keep making these new repos. Oh God, I need to make my GitHub repo first. I'm supposed to be making a way for people to do pull requests. I have to do that first. Okay. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I might be a minute because coffee is coffee. And we're gonna leave you with this. And get this. I'll be back. Thank you for being up. You need a roll, I understand. and you're going to be not happy. And I'm going to close this door. You're going to have to deal with that. Oh no! I know, but we'll give you this space though. Hey, man, chill. Let me put this up here. I hear you. He is so anxious whenever I leave her inside. So we don't leave the door open out here. Hey, come on. Come on. Oh, hey, cat. Got you now. We got you now. Sorry, pet break. I'd stream on LinkedIn to pet kitty. That's professional. Kitty, we're professionals. Can you get up here? Can you get up to your... Thank you. No, don't hit too many of the F keys. Fat chance now. Okay. Yeah, there. Hey, I see. What is the best way to do this now? Terminal, new terminal. I do not like this thing so far. That's new dot. Mass drive, oh, switch. Duck. Did you stand to hit the screen all the time? Switch it up. I'm shitting up now. You're hitting all the wrong keys. A lot of things not found, no method. Looks quick. What are you on? You just want to thrash about a bit, now you're done. Enter AWS S3LS. We will have master driver, maps, and bin. I need that hand. Let me know when you're done with it. You done? No? Let's see if we can end that. You good? Press those. All right. Mass, what is it? Init or some shit? Mass bundle. Okay. No. Bundle new. Name AWS Batch Job. We need a cluster, master bucket. Go down there. Name, variable use reference ETCS bucket. Why is that snake cake now? S3 bucket. Other directory. So now should have let me just F11 the shit that's made this full screen. Yeah. So I have a master driver with a source and it's got a main. So now I can build my tofu here. So this main does nothing. What I want to grab is from OpenTofu. Also, let me double check my StreamYard. I don't think many people talk on that, but I should probably have it up somewhere. I can access it. StreamYard. And then Tofu, what do you have to say? So my main.ts should have all my batch things in it. So let's start there. All right, so let's see what that say. Let's see what's that. Good morning. Nice up. Good. Nice day. It's perfect day. I have one open. In the window. In the window. It happened in the window. All right, so we've got a compute environment, a job queue, a job definition, and a job. Compute environment is declaring, you look at this on first of all, let me do I need this master forward? I don't think I need a master forward. Let's look at one of my other ones. So basing this off of okay. So source does not need to be like that. So here, my other window. Sorry, you guys don't quite see. Kidding. All right, move your backpack. What are you doing? Where are you going? Your backpack's right here. Do you want it? You want to go down the chair for you? What's in the chair? Here. You can sit next to me. You're freaking. You and this backpack are starting to annoy me. But Got an extra chair for you. You got my guest chair. Hey, Kitty. Kitty. No, don't take my chair. Hey, ma'am. 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 She's just gonna take my chair, isn't she? Oh no, she took her chair for now. See how long that lasts. Okay. You're good. Girl, come sit up here right next to me. Just brought you a nice little backpack and a chair right next to me. What else? Where's my these weather changes are brutal. Okay, so I don't have to need an ass driver. That looks better. And now I need to do su duck, su or sudo dome dash r duck. Git dot. Yeah, dot. Make commit like him, initial commit. Git checkout. Redevelop. All right, first the development branch created. We're doing it. All right, now I've got to read some of this Terraform stuff. Terraform, actually, no way to have tofu batch job. AWS Batch Job. No, it's got a Terraform. So the batch has 4 resources, and they're all listed there. So it starts with, so in there goes compute, job definition, job queue, scheduling policy. They don't have a job. There's scheduling policy, but let's see what the compute environment requires. Type manage. Do I agree? What is type? Managed or unmanaged? What the hell does that even mean? All right, we're gonna have to walk through this in the console. What's this? Over there. Over there. You want to move these guys? You want to sit up here? Thank you. That. To sure. Just fleet, we'll get there. Min vCPUs, sure, desired. I think we had 16. Is that what we decided? I did this. Oh, wrong diagram. We want. We're going to G5X large. What is G5X large? AWS writing back spot G5.X large. That's other sided brain things. G5.X large. Yeah. Question is, what is its vCPU? Like, they don't give you this stuff. I think for vCPU, by the way, G5.4X large being under $1 an hour for spot is so huge. That number's what I needed to see. Kitty, we're gonna be millionaires because that number's low enough. Kitty's looking at her butt. She doesn't actually care. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just celebrate by myself, Kitty. Is Q over here? Q. Batch Job asks for desired vCPU. I'm planning to use a P5.4X large spot instance. What is min, desired, max vCPU is right for that. I'm mainly planning to use the GPU functionality for Stable Diffusion. What? What? Acknowledge. Min vCPU. Okay, for G5 4// what instance here, if you recommended min desired max 16. The min 0. No, compute out of 0. So desired 32, max 48, desired 16. I want, if I want this to be ephemeral, the 0, 16, 48 makes sense. 0 min, 1 desired when called, and 4 max, so to speak. I can't help you with that question because I'm stupid. Thanks. So there's some types. Let's start with specifically the 2s and the 4s because they're under $1 an hour. We'll go with the 1s as well. I think the 1s are fine too. 1s, 2s, and 4s. Placement group we're not going to use for now. Never going to use that. They said do price capacity optimize. Each configuration we're not going to use. We're going to get a launch template. We're in the default UVC for now. That's fine. We're going to handle that default security. Sure. Next, job queue. Getting started wizard. Job queue. Priority 0. Sure. Job queue with a higher integer value. Already been preference. Sure. We'll work on that later. Just get your timeout. Optional. Leave it. Configuration. Image. Docker image is this one. Image. And then is okay. Let's see. I'm looking to run and follow and then open AWS Batch Job. It asks for when the command. How should I input and follow it? What I put post? Post. So, all right. There's the job definition. Image that vCPUs for okay. Container properties, memory, man, GPUs, inputs. Sure. I don't know about that, but why not? Okay, so we have batch job definition. We'll leave this. All right, so we're going to obvious. Okay, so managed type. Can you give me the correct dash compute environment for that? I'm looking to run it on G5.4 in a way that's similar and spot. You save as much money during downtimes. Minimum vCPUs, max vCPUs, bid percentage, spot, federal, yes. So that's our batch compute environment. We'll even do comma Q5.2x. See how that works. So I just got 2. Max vCPUs, I want to go 48. I think 48 is correct. Surprise doesn't require a desired. So we got that. We got my batch job definition. All right, if I group all this type managed, compute environment name, state enabled service role will build, type managed. Why is type managed twice? Compute resource. Instance profile. Am I doing instance profile? I don't think we do if we're using a service role. We'll find out. Security groups. We're going to need to build a security group. That's fine. Subnet. We'll import the subnet. That's fine. Type spot. Okay. AWS batch job definition. Container. Yes. Container properties. Sure. Although I want to remove those. Can I? What was this? Okay, that's the compute environment, and there's a batch job queue. Queue. Okay. All right, and then, so that's all the right idea. Go to the next. Go to the plan. Go to various files. Work. CSFC. Go to the init. Go to your. Did that do the first signal init? Initializing the all storage directories, no two first. Okay, C dot I want that today. Not make it tofu. Then C SRC 15 units. 133. There's some double quotes in here, doesn't like. Nobody likes any of that shit. What the hell do we do? Well, all right, let's see. We're looking now at container properties. Can I extract container properties to a data source and a JSON data source? Can do it. I gotta bring this back in here a second. But let's see how this works. Here, make a touch. What they want to name this? Stable Diffusion container properties. SD container block. What is this syntax? Because its value is input that. So we tab that in, tab that in. But the other properties that. What is that? Height, with height proms. Find scheduler or scale and then output, edit scale. My watermark, high noise, negative prompt is nothing, prompt strength is 0.8, and none for the steps is that. And then we put that there, and then we put that there. Now we're back around. This probably needs to go there. Now we look at environment. There. Mount points there. Man, let's see if I can deal with that. Memory, okay. So that makes sense to me. I'm gonna put freaking dollars on this. Then it must be a data template file. Which we just go here. Add that module slash sure. And then I just do this. Good job, people saying Walmart. Such a stupid fucking thing. I keep hearing it around Twitch. You only have a hot thing that is wrong. Clean code wasn't right. It dry. It's iterative. It's huge. Clean code was a huge book. Very, very high. Initialize. It's dangerous. Tofu plan. And there's no way it's going to work right. Represent like variable. Service, sure, we don't have that, we don't have that, we don't have that. This, though, is an interesting and calling file path. I don't know if we need to do that. I think we can just do this. Let's see if that gets rid of that. The rest of it is a problem. The problem exists at, okay. Now we're doing this at the source level, and it is at the source level. Oh, it's SDXO. Sweet. Provider actual AWS does not support resource type AWS Batch Job, which was interesting to see. Now we need subnet security, this profile, IAM role. Those things are all fine to need right now because we can import some of those from our mass driver environment. So mass driver, I've got my VPC here, which should have my subnets. So if I download this JSON object and pull my subnets, what does it really need? It needs subnet, security groups, and IAM. So subnets, internal subnets, private subnets. Use these. New file variables.tf. Private subnets as a variable in my variables.tf. Subnet list object. Database defaults. Thank you. All right, so this is what I want to do. I just want to do that looks good to me. For now, because I delete this whole variables file eventually. So let's see if I do plan, as I get rid of my subnet issue. Do I need to put it on the subnets? The argument definition must end with a new line. For subnet in private subnet, subnet.org. Subnets is gone. Security groups is next. Let's go. So now security groups. How is this going to act? That's what we got to start to decide now. Is what belongs where. So this was a just crazy drawing of it. We're going to keep that. We're also going to draw again. So if I have my batch job, right, and this is my, that's right, we can do this now. Oh, we can make this whole thing cleaner. So we're going to rewrite the whole thing, I think, in today's. So that was just talking about how streamers get around to that. So if I'm a batch job, we're going to call this one, we're going to say, oh, that's right, I figured out how to do and click and do GPU. This is GPU. And in fact, it's going to be, nope, 8, like, I wonder if I can change that X, something else. 7 draws 2, so 7, no, exit, 7 draws 8 types. Dang. Oh, you're gonna be furious. I love this thing. I use a 12-button MMO mouse. And so I have my center nade right here on my thumb. So I just click center nade as I go, which is going to be awesome. So GPU 8 thing is a G5 X large and a G5 2X large and a G5.4X large. So it's going to be one of those, the GPU. It needs to be able to talk to. It's going to get called by, I'll do a box, by the way, 3. So that's not a box, 2. So it's going to get called by 2, 8, click, ECS Fargate. So we have an ECS Fargate task here. It is CPU, and the stuff matters. CPU, 1 to 5. This is CPU 1 to 5. This is GPU 0 to 5. So this is always on. And it's Miracle. Was it 8, 7, 8, X, 8, 8, X, X, 8, 8, Miracle. This is which one this is, and then this is FPSO. Right? And so NeuroQuack will call SDXL when the 5. Let's draw a line. NeuroQuack calls SDXL with, what am I in? 8 this slash SDXL slash SDXL with body.prompts. Is how this is getting called. And it's technically getting called via, so I've got this a little bit wrong. Let's see, we're going to use 3 to build API gateway, AWS API gateway. So AWS API gateway is typically the first technology we're going to use. And then this is AWS Batch Job is here. So I should shift how I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm going in this direction. It's really, the flow of it is like this. This. So when you call API AWS API gateway, and it's going to have a Lambda authorizer. So it's going to hit a Lambda authorizer. So this is interesting. I'm going to do a circle or square for ephemeral? That's the question. I think circle is going to be ephemeral. Because this is ephemeral. Meaning, it depends on when I need it and off when I don't. I think square is going to be static. Anything else is going to be circle. The call here is this. So we have 5 from here to here, right? Now if I move this whole thing down, it's going to come with me. Snap to it. But so it's going to call there. Is that bigger? No. Okay. Put SDXL body prompt, and then this is going to call here. Run job. No. Run job. We're going to do execute. That's the term they use. So let's execute that. And that's, can I do that larger? Sure, whatever. This, though, will also call, so this will have in it slash SDXL slash mural slash BPC. They're all going to forward to here regardless, party attached, which is essentially my Nginx. All intents and purposes. Getting different things, right? Basically doing this. We're talking about in this case, GPU. We'll call two of these GPU, we'll call one CPU. All right, let's do it this way. We'll CPU pasta, execute from here, down here, AWS Batch Jobs. Now this one, let me CPU. And it's going to be on, I don't know, we'll say it's T4.large. And it's going to be LLM. And that's Spring AI is a little bit of that. Spring AI here. And PyTorch here. LLM body. Execute the LLM down here, execute SDXL there. That's the gist. We also are going to have 4 down here, 8 here, what is 8, this AWS Lambda authorizer. We're going to have a Lambda authorizer here. Then this will call 5 here. And it will use Cognito. And it will turn, so this turns 443 traffic into 88. And this is 488. So once we get past, so really this is our safety zone. So we don't care as much about traffic in here. Now the question is, where do I get SGs and permissions, right? Oh, I also need, we'll do 3 here as S3, AWS S3 bucket. And this will be putting into there. So 5 goes here. It puts the results in S3 bucket, which is then, oh, by the way, fronted by, so let's make S3 bucket smaller, then fronted by the truth of it. So we got one more here. So this can go here. This can go here. This goes here, this goes here, S3 bucket. Appreciate the hooks. Here. S3 bucket. So this is what? 7, 8, 8. This is AWS Cloud Front. All internet traffic will go here. On core wireless. And then it will either go here if it is API dot. I don't know why that's so. This is kind of significant. 7, exit 8, API dot DuckTapeDevOps.com. So API.DuckTapeDevOps.com will go there. And DuckTapeDevOps.com will go here. So 5 here. So it's funny when I say that I am a development platform architect, and people ask, how that's a hell of a fucking title, right? It's a crazy title. This is what I'm talking about. Here's your ML platform architecture for most sites. The last piece of this, and I need more shapes. Is what I need one more shape that I don't have. I guess I can do it with this. But if I do this, then I need to do like this, I guess. And that is Postgres. Databases go with it. That's the last piece. And this LLM needs to be able to interact with that. And this needs to be able to interact with that. I'm sure that you view those two. I'm sure everything needs to interact with Postgres. I think it all interacts with Postgres via this. So maybe Postgres needs to go down here. think this one is correct. Yes. Then there's our full architecture. We've got a database, we've got our compute, we've got our thin layer of orchestration. So yeah, what these look like. This is our, so if I draw verticals here, 6 of the draw lines. So if we draw verticals here. Uh, 6. This is our edge. That's our edge. Here is our, this is our orchestration layer. Layer. Layer we're talking about, here we go, tunnel layers. So our edge, orchestration, and there's our compute. And our DB. We can use it. Oh, okay, what number? 8, I got it quick. And yeah. I think that's the 4 pieces you want: your edge, your orchestration, your compute, and your data. It is a small layer. All right, so that's all I need to build for the next couple of days. Oh, sorry, Kitty. What's going on you? Get your stimulants. You need to put a camera on you. All right. So security groups, that's what I was trying to figure out, and instance profiles. So I'm building a compute layer right now. So the compute layer needs security groups to and it needs access only to the CPU target layer. It needs the ability, what do I need? Oh, wait, this for this. Okay. From that sick, I can just throw this node base. There's also a copilot. Yeah, I'm told I need to figure out. Let's see if I can have it out. Apparently I pay for it, so let's see if we can switch this over to a copilot thing. There's Q, which never seems to work for me. Test. Go back to authenticate. It was like 6 times. You code whisperer, use for free, sign on, use for free. Receive browser, open, to confirm, Next, address is oh, my camera's off. Oh, it must be what? Okay, that's fine. Just don't remember the password. Okay, so yeah, thank you. So Q works. Where's code whisperer or code pilot? Copilot. Help maybe extensions. Extensions are this, right? Well, chat. Reload required is fine. Oh, did it just reload for me? That's cool. Jim, do you have a? You do have. We need to get a more human-esque profile picture. Something that can be fucked with. Profile pictures that are, I mean, just nice. Yeah, I mean, you're an artist, right? Do something like just a representation of yourself. Like I like DuckTapeDevOps as mine. It doesn't need to be exactly you, but then we can play with it. I just noticed that when, especially like as Matisse and I are starting to do this, like Matisse can make freaking emotes out of profile pictures. We can't pull profile pictures. We can't pull profile pictures that are like that. Plus, I think it's easier to so like as a streamer, it's easier for me to know how to address you as a person or thing, whatever. If I have something to imagine you as, a company logo is harder to like, you know, be hilarious if you did like the only one man dare give me the raspberry for jams. I did a radar jamming presentation, starting with shooting the thing jam at the radar and jamming. All right. Let's see, we've got that running. Yeah, because I was realizing my boss not running, but there's not really anybody to play with right now. I mean, I think I got some workers, and I really don't mind that. I'm getting some good work done. All right, did I get? So Google Copilot says it's updated. Copilot Chat says it's here. How do I use it? Sorry, Copilot Chat is the new extension that provides conversational AI for software development. Right, so it's okay. Where is it? There it is. Yes. Let's go. Okay, so can you read my code and give active advice based on what I'm doing? I provide advice based on the code you share with me. However, I don't have the ability to actually read your code in real time. You need to paste code in here, and then I can provide feedback. Okay, can I paste images? I have a diagram in what I'm trying to build. Okay, so no. What I'm curious about is need to go back to it, but I think I got to go back to Jippity. I try not to use Jippity, but it's just already built Jippity. It took me a little while to build it, so we're going to use it. Can you help me write the necessary Terraform for this ML platform architecture that will eventually be put into mass driver bundles? Feature configuration for machine learning platform architecture represented in the provided screenshot. You're going to find resources for each of the architectural components. All right, let me name this something that I'll remember. Here. Maybe that'll remind me. And then let's see if Jippy does it right. Edge services. SAPI, the function cognito user pool. Okay, so good. So it is extracting what I'm doing. Extraction is later cluster resources. All right, so I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to start. I need to do this the right way. I need to start with. I keep trying to start with batch jobs. I don't need to start with batch jobs. I need to start with. So there's abstraction to this. So what I need to really build is bundles. So the bundles, I'll build this. Bundles. Hate that I'm building is too big. But already here, there's no way that I can do this, is there? It's like I'm gonna get all the all right, much better. And then hopefully it'll do better with all right. So for edge, I need to break those into two things, at least two things. I think these are three different bundles. So we got to figure out how many bundles I need. And it's still too big for what this prefers. I hate when it's too big. Never really been an issue, but I assume for some people that's an issue. I've seen more. So this is the user, by the way. User smiling. Control Z, don't click this. 8. Bundles. All right, that's better. Bundles. What bundles do we need? We need a cloud front bundle. We need S3 bundle. We need API gateway plus cognito. And that is Edge. 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 Like that. And then for orchestration, ECS cluster. ECS tab. Service. I think, okay, so the cluster and task do need to be two separate bundles. This cluster is mantle and is functional. I don't know if we need a service in there because a service, an ECS Fargate, is also semantic. But I do think we need a service. Actually, service can be functional. The service scalability. Service is like your ASG. So scaling your. We are talking about Fargate here. Know that generally speaking, I'm a Fargate guy. So orchestration, Fargate. Anything that I do on CPU Fargate, I will. Fargate. This has to be EC2. Orchestration has those. So now a service and a task are, in my opinion, one layer of abstraction. Actually talking about the cluster. You have multiple services per cluster. So the way that builds out is important because we're now talking about here. I think we've already defined some of that here. Well, yeah, I mean, and make it a fun representation of yourself. Albie, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What brings you? What are you looking for? Feel free to keep lurking if you don't want to talk. I just want to pick. So what I like to do is if you don't want to use an image of yourself, so let's see, Albie has an image of themselves. So we can do, let's see if DuckTapeDevOps on. I run Duck, probably I am Duck rebuild. That's my batch job. So where's NeuroQuack? And I need to move NeuroQuack out to DuckTapeDevOps. I need to shift left on that as well. Oh, this is it. So just rebuild. Do. So I build Docker. You use K8s? Welcome, Albie. I don't use K8s. Pretty specifically, I hate Kubernetes. I've used it. I use the same concepts, but I use AWS Fargate mainly. I'm honestly one of the biggest users of AWS Fargate because I decided that Kubernetes is really hard to teach new people. There's just a lot of learning you have to do to learn Kubernetes, and so it's hard to hire for it. And so when Kubernetes and Fargate came out, I just went Fargate. It's just the AWS flavor of Kubernetes. It's all the same at the end of the day. I'm going to be moving to Spring Tasks eventually, which is another iteration on it as well. It's all the same from an orchestration level, right? Because we're talking about this. I'm just, instead of using Fargate or instead of using K8s, I'm using Fargate task, which is essentially the same thing as a K8s pod. And I'm using AWS Batch Jobs. Again, they're a pod, layer abstraction. A service is more like a node, but I use more like Kserve. For the Fargate that I use is ephemeral. It's more Kserve-like, or I guess Knative. So if you think my orchestration layer is Knative and my compute layer is Kserve or KF serving kubeflow, that's what I'm building out. I just use all AWS native stuff because Kubernetes is temporary, in my opinion. Containerization is not. Microservices are not. The orchestration that allows me to build is not. And I've met Kelsey Hightower, so like I'm a Kubernetes fan from conceptual level, but not. I just don't. Helm charts are fucking hard to learn. At some point, I'll convert this all to Helm charts, I'm sure, because the good thing about Helm charts is you can use them across all environments just the same. But welcome. Oh yeah, let's see. We've got the link, so let's do DuckTapeDevOps. So what I like to do, Jam, if you're a little worried about how to do it, right? You can do click at Alvy. Now what this will do is it'll run clip interrogate on Alvy here, and I'm pronouncing that right. And it will give you descriptors, and then I throw out the rest DXL, and I create a variation of myself. So for instance, when I ran it on myself, on my old profile image, we got, by the way, I should have AI warning. I hope you don't mind me making it on you. Clip isn't art, clip is computer vision with Salesforce. The next one will be art. Clip and SDXL I don't think is stealing art. I think it's deriving. Blip and PhotoMaker might be a little more stealing. That's image to image, and not stealing, but iterating. So I always usually have an AI warning. Let me know if it bothers you. Though I'm also big on ethics. We signed the charter. It's down here for LLMS charter. All right. So was I going to clip is still running. So what that does, I'll show you what that does. Since you're new here, I use Replicate right now. I do have my own stuff up in AWS SageMaker, but it's just more expensive than Replicate. Replicate, you see, it only cost me $34, and that's been, I bet that's 100 hours of streaming, but it's per second billing. So until I get batch jobs done, which I'll be able to run on Spot Fleet, which I'll be able to bring down to like 50 cents an hour at most, but it's still per call. Once I get that done, I'll be able to do asynchronously. I'll move back off of this back onto AWS, but my SageMaker was on demand, and SageMaker is pretty expensive for on demand. If you're running production loads, I would do it on that, and I was running about $5 an hour while I was streaming to run SDXL, Neural, and Mistral, and that wasn't the right pricing model for what I do. I'm not using enough traffic for that. But so what this does, it takes your profile image. That is Alvy's profile picture, pulled from Twitch.io. It then throws it through OpenAI's Clip Interrogate. Sorry, Blip is the one that's Salesforce. This is simply OpenAI's. I do hate that I use OpenAI's. I'd rather use OpenClip. I appreciate it. I'm really just duct taping other people's software together in an interesting way. Since you're new here, I'll give a little bit of the spiel. I am an ML platform architect, as it says on there. You can look at my LinkedIn if you want to see more of that. The gist is I was the principal DevOps architect for Pearson's authoring framework, was my biggest claim. I rebuilt kind of how the education system works from a compute level in order to make it cheaper for textbooks. So textbooks aren't so fucking expensive. And now I'm trying to make AI cheaper so that people can learn it in a way that doesn't cost them an arm and a leg. Because last year this time I spent $1,200 on my AWS bill trying to learn AI. And this month I spent $34. So I figured that way. And trying to educate that in the right way. This could take a little while to spin up just because I haven't run this in a little bit. It's on T4, which is a little slow too. But this you'll see the response time. This is all open source, by the way. If you want anything I have ever done, just ask Dr. Knox. He's asynchronous as hell. I gotta fix that. Food. It works. He's in a Docker container, so I don't need to fix that now. He's WebSocket, so I need him. I wonder if I can run Fargate. I wonder if I can run him on 0 Fargate and spin him up on a REST call. I think I can. There we go. So it gave me the idea of what your image is. That's all using Clip Interrogate to determine what the image looks like. So like Jamblock, you could use this, for instance, if you didn't want to use specifically yourself, but you want to base it on yourself, you could use this form to send your picture into there and get the description back. And then you do Dr. Knox SDXL, which is Stable Diffusion XL, which is kind of one of the top diffusion models right now for images. There's also the Stable Diffusion XL Turbo, which is even faster now. It's a one-shot. It only takes one step instead of 50 steps. But then I throw that back in, and I build an AI version of the person. So, for instance, my profile picture here, if you look here, for non-real Nick, which is my personal. So DuckTapeDevOps is my organization. This is my personal. It's representative of me, but it's not exact, and I'm fine with that. A lot of people are like, that looks more like so-and-so mixed with so-and-so than you. I'm like, I don't care. But that allows you to make an avatar of yourself. So like I can make this into a PNG tuber, and when that goes away and you see me, nobody's going to be like, I can't believe you had something that looked nothing like you. They're just going to be like, oh, it was a different representation of yourself. And I want a lot of people to make PNG tubers like that. Like, Albie, do you stream it all? 50 followers? That's enough for affiliate you stream. So I'm really into analytics and looking at people's stuff. Big anime fan. I like it. Yeah, sure. Said you do software and game dev. Have you been streaming lately? Not lately, but I'll follow you. Next time you stream, I'll swing by. If I'm online. T1 Burian. I have no clue how to pronounce that. Tiberian? We'll call you Tiberian. My TTS is off right now, which is kind of okay because I'm really enjoying music. I don't know, we'll just turn it on for a little bit. We got some people in here now. If you have, welcome. What brings you by? Oh, you've got a cute little picture. Let's go. Jen, I love you. I love that. So when I first started getting into Twitch, one of the ways that I got known was doing what you're doing. I would be in other people's chats, and I would just kind of keep conversation going in their chats while they did their thing, especially musicians, right? Like I would be in Neon Voice chat all the time, just hanging out with the chat. He never talks. He'll wave, he'll type, but I've never heard Neon Void talk. I've known the guy for a year. I've been in his DMs, we're friends. Never heard him talk, never seen his face. That's fine. But there's value in having people that keep your conversation going, that welcome people when they come in that are new. Absolutely. That's what it's all about on Twitch, in my opinion, is networking, seeing what people are doing, seeing if you can learn something, see if you can ask the right question, maybe impart some knowledge on. Are you familiar with OpenTofu? If you do DevOps, I guess both of you, it sounds like do some DevOps of some sort. So if you're not familiar with the OpenTofu initiative, get familiar. It is the future of platform engineering. OpenTofu is the open source alternative to Terraform. Terraform is no longer open source. They started with cease and desist. Some companies that are using the product. So now we don't use them. Now we use OpenTofu. But I don't use Pulumi. I use OpenTofu, which is HCL. So if you've heard of Terraform, I'm not a fan of Pulumi or CDK per se. So are you using like AWS's CDK? And the reason I'm not as big of a fan is I don't think that infrastructure belongs in code. Infrastructure as code is HCL, AWS. So there was a huge issue, in my opinion, with have you done any SageMaker CDK? The way that SageMaker CDK is built, SageMaker was built for the CDK. I did this whole, I've already done this, so I can go through it anyways. I'm curious about, well, we'll talk about this. Let's see if I've got, was it on a Scala I don't know. Let me see if I've got it. If I don't have it, I might not go through the whole thing. But the history of AI and why we are where we are. All right, let's just real quick try and do that again because I do like that drawing. I wouldn't mind doing it again. New note: history of ML on AWS. Excel draw. They gonna let me? Is it gonna make this into an Excel draw, or do I have to do drawing? Flash day. email history AWS. So I've been an AWS architect for 6 years or so. I guess my first reinvent was 2017. So around then, so let's say 5 years. I've been watching ML. So I've been doing ML now for a year, ML hosting. And I built a couple products for a company called MassDriver. That is platform engineering delivered. It is the best IDP right now. It's amazing. Anything under $500 in cloud spend, by the way, is free. I can connect with whoever you need to for that. I worked there for a while. I built out their ML offerings. So if you go try to spin up AI, STXL in there, or Neural Chat, or Mistral, you're going to use my libraries. And I'm continuing to make them better because they're all open source. And I don't feel like I was done with what I did there by the time I contracted it based on just how startups work. They were moving on to Series A, and they needed to thin out their 1099s and drop me, and that's fine. I went to reInvent to show people my demo of how to do AI with platform engineering. So I've gone through the struggle of trying to deploy things on AWS and their CDKs. So in my opinion, there are kind of three verticals that matter. And that is the consumer, the industry, and the researchers. And to be fair, the hobbyists kind of live around all of them. And most people on Twitch are hobbyists, and they're a little bit of everything. Sevens are hitting no caddy. They're a little bit of everything. Right? There's some hobbyists that are everywhere. So researchers started doing AI first. We're going to take this away. So researchers started doing AI. And researchers said, you know what? We like Python, right? We like Python, and we want to use GPUs. And they built a knowledge base of, I'm still learning Excel as well. It's very valuable. I can just get my hotkeys right. They have, by the way, they have big brain, right? Big brain. That's a brain. And they know a lot about AI. Well, the industry has more brain. There's just more people. But in a timeline, they're behind. So if the AI industry is here right now, right? The researchers understand a lot. They've been doing a lot. They've been doing anything from, we've got the big revolutions have been SV 1.4, GPT-2, and we'll call it the forum. I think that's the big ones I care about, and we'll say Blip. Those are the biggest innovations that I've seen in it, and they were all built there. And now the industry is starting. They're saying instead, well, what about Spring AI? What about and they're trying to build that. And they want to build in Java, in JavaScript. Right? That's what the industry builds. They don't build in. So they want Java and JavaScript. The compute required for these guys is huge because it's GPU, right? The compute required for Java and Python isn't. It doesn't need to be GPU. It can be CPU. We're about to run into this issue where we're going to be using CPU over GPU for at least LLMs, at minimum LLMs. There's no reason that an LLM should be on a graphics processing unit, right? Diffusion, yes. So error cannot find trigger word, image, and prompt. I changed the way I did this. So emote, That's all me. I need to add that back in now. And then we're going to get to the consumer's mission, right? And the consumers, their knowledge base is also really low, but their power is huge. There's so many consumers, and they're barely touching the base of this. And that's where we get things like, for instance, you guys are doing it right now, right? Van.ai, Unity, UE5, right? That's how it gets to the consumers. How do we get from the GPU to the CPU back to consumers on Twitch? So I know a bot. You guys are using AI via Twitch. That's how a typical consumer can use AI without hitting too many steps. Unity, if you want to see some Unity stuff, Rage Against the Pixel is a great example of that. You've got a bunch of Unity libraries. GenAI is going to let you run HuggingFace stuff locally. So how do we shift that? Right, that's what I'm solving on here. How do we get it cheaper and more accessible, so that we can get from the researchers over to the consumers? And that's why I'm building NeuroQuack. NeuroQuack is a compute engine. Why am I not getting? What is wrong with Neon? Neon, I'm not playing. But that's essentially what I'm working. We'll clean that up. I need to find Neon Void, which I mean, this one's set pretty well. Okay. That was an operation. I use off-road because I like pain. And I like to inflict the lowest user's pain on myself. And I like the picture. I don't know, there's the feel. That's what I'm building. Trying to bring AI down to $1 an hour so that you can learn for $1 an hour. And then once you can learn for $1 an hour, hopefully you can build your own ROI back for $1 an hour. And then you can charge your consumer $1 an hour. It's my plan. I would go down here, right? $1 an hour. Which means that at 10% per layer, I need to be under 80 cents an hour for my inferencing. That's my job. That's what the stream's about, is getting to under 80 cents an hour for my inferencing so that I can get to the consumer under $1 an hour with a layer of abstraction, or let people that are making the Unreal plugin and the Unity plugin and the GenAI plugin and the Twitch plugin can make their 10% with the user. And then, I mean, I've got so many more here. We've got Company UI, we've got Text Designer, we've got, I don't know, what else are people building right now? That's good enough. But I've got people building components for each of those. Node-RED, Ring AI, rebuild layers of abstraction to all of those. Oh, we're taking that one. That is off of Tiberian's picture. That's so cute. Remove PG, what image? That one. God, that's so cute. Emote of, so if you want to do an emote of me sock house, the best way to do it, well, if you're going to use duck or not, so it'd be use my profile image. You'll need to do emotes at DuckTapeDevOps, and then you want to do IMG, because I need to fix that as a South Park. And let's just do it as a South Park. Welcome back, really good. That's going to tell me I need an IMG tag, and I need to add that anyhow. That's a good thing to work on real quick. Let's see if we rename that into, we'll just name it librarian. I hope I'm saying that close enough to the right way. Feel free to correct me. And we want to put it behind socket. There we go. Just kind of hides the red hand, and now it's just a hand holding a little kitten. Did we get one for, did we ever get one out of the SDXL that we used for, yes, Albi. There's based on your image, and then doing clip and then passing it to SDXL, they built this, which is, I mean, pretty freaking close to your, oh, wait, where's that your actual image? No, that's really close to it. And we could do it, cheers and a beer, something like that. So now we can make emotes, so I have all my friends over here, cheers and beers. That's boom. So let me give shout outs. I gotta get better about getting shout outs whenever other streamers are here. Stockhouse Studios, one of my favorite streamers, does videos. It's a great part of the community, really trying to help us grow as a community, and that's huge. His goal with streaming, which I love, is to get feedback from his community on his game. So he's building a game called Barricade, and he wants you to do a demo and then go in and tell him what's wrong and give him suggestions. And then when the game comes out, he wants you to come in and tell him what's wrong and give him suggestions. And that's what streaming should be. It should be a way to interact directly with the consumer. And I give those all as PNGs so you guys can take them, do whatever you want with them. That's why I return them as a PNG. That PNG only lasts an hour as a replicate thing. All right, let's see about getting back to designing what we want today. So back to this. What bundles do we need? We've got the edge bundles, we've got the orchestration bundles, we need compute. So compute is, let's see, edge, which we're talking about CloudFront, really, but API gateway is behind CloudFront. We got our orchestration layer. We need our compute layer, which is batch jobs. And we need specifically, we only need to build one. We might start with two. EC2 batch job and Fargate batch job. Because EC2 is our GPU. And Fargate is our CPU. Now we may want to, we may combine these. Let's do this. Combine, question mark? Because what I'm building is bundles, which allow me to build layered abstractions. I think I can actually abstract that well enough. And then I need my data layer, which is Aurora. We're going to do AWS Aurora serverless Postgres QL. And that's going to be for RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation. So that's, how many streams is that? I'm on 1, 2, 3. So plus Cognito means I need to do Lambda authorizer. Cognito. Cognito I might do second. I'm going to do Cognito second. I am. Cognito. SSO Cognito. Cognito needs to be second. what I'm really building out here and why this is well worth doing in the right way is I'm building out an ML platform architecture that is repeatable, that I can just rebuild every time anybody ever wants an architecture. If I build it extensible enough within AWS, I only need to build it once, and then I'm just filling in values past that. So let's see, the error was with emotes. So let's go to emotes. The error is that it doesn't send IMG into PhotoMaker. So in PhotoMaker, I'm throwing IMG on there in the laziest way possible. Aren't I? No, I'm not. All right, I gotta do the math here. I have a couple of options that come into IMG or into PhotoMaker. When I do emotes, okay, so PhotoMaker requires that IMG exists somewhere in the prompt. So I should probably do if quote IMG in prompt equals F prompt IMG. So IMG is not in the prompt because I haven't previously done it. Just throw it in here. That should work. So let's go and rebuild this. So first we'll just run it locally. So just run before we build it into Docker container. Why is that being used? Shit. Just find process. Build -9. Need process ID. No, I need 8,000. Shit. SS-LPTN port equals colon 823. Yeah, so I need to make that another command. Where's my just files? Just file, run. I have find process. I need to find process base port. What the fuck is that? Let's see what this does. So one less I can do? No. Okay, so let's see what this does if I do find process 8,000. Let's go. So fill -9. The ID, by the way, everything just files. They are slick, they're thin, they're beautiful. I use makefiles for years. I've built so many demos on makefiles, and now I don't. Let's run. So this runs it locally. I need to go to Postman and hit send. Where's my Postman? Oh, got too many things open. Postman, come here. You son of a bitch. Go to the chat. There, send. We're back up. Let's see if we can just do, and once I got Alex, I'll put my question at DuckTapeDevOps, remote at Sockhouse Studios. That should, row, water search once, we'll find out. It's a credentials for PhotoMaker. I mean, so PhotoMaker, not sure how you're asking that question, but let me show you what PhotoMaker does. So PhotoMaker here is this is specifically, and so let's copy link address. We're going to look at PhotoMaker and replicate, cost per second, cost. I mean, it's like a penny to make one of these. Takes in images and a prompt, but the issue is that there is a trigger for the prompt, IMG. So you have to have, so I do blit. When I do emote, I do blit to determine what that is, a photo of a person, because like for instance, Sockhouse isn't a photo of a person. Sockhouse is blit. I don't know why I ran it twice though. That's very odd. I'll figure that out later. But Sockhouse split should return something other than a photo of a person. So here's a blit there. It was on my image. So my image is captioned, a duck in a spacesuit holding a screwdriver. It's not a screwdriver, but whatever. So then it would take that, remove caption, throw IMG at the end of it, throw it into PhotoMaker based on that. Now, when he threw in a South Park character, the proper way to do that would really be emote ducktronaut IMG at a South Park. Yeah, I think that would work. You think you want an IMG trigger word after what the image is and then what you're trying to turn into. But I didn't create these models, so I'm not 100% sure. I'm still playing with it. Let's see what the blip came out for his. So the blip for his is a picture of a pair of socks with a circle. And so we're trying to recreate that in the next one. I'm surprised I'm hungry. I ate a pretty good sandwich. I ate the whole thing. That's crazy. 3 o'clock. Huh. Look at the coffee. Do I have clean up? I don't know. So let's see. It's just doing health checks, but it's still running. And on the other side, we're building out some tofu. Exactly. Reverse engineering profile or the image into a prompt. We go look at blip. We're going to read me for it. What's great? So clip is more of a prompt. Blip is more of a cat. So, all right. Well, the first one, I don't know, something failed there. It sent 2 at a time, so I don't know what it did. That was weird. Am I running the Docker image still as well? I wonder if I'm still running the Docker container. I don't think I Docker stopped. I'm still running the Docker container, which has old stuff. Where am I running the Docker container? Just Docker stop. That's why I went twice. It hijacked so it pulled it on to Docker and Python. Because I have Python running locally with Unicorn serving it on 8,000, and I have Docker running locally. I have, and then I've got, so I've got Python on 8,000 and Docker on 8080. And I do that on purpose because I hate myself. And so we just hit both. But now we stopped Docker, so we should only hit Python, which should have the newer stuff, which gave us, there's a blip and then PhotoMaker. Now PhotoMaker is using a few prompts on it. Most specifically, we're using photographic for now. So styles, the default is photographic, and that does some prompt engineering. Cinematic photo, photograph, film, blah, 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 a bunch of negative prompting. And that is why it turned out the way it is. We could switch that to, I haven't been able to get my style to switch the way I want it to. I'm going to break this all out in APIs. TwitchBot is a WebSocket that should run regularly. These are all individual REST calls I should be making. So these will all be their own batch jobs that will run ephemerally and return one thing. So they'll take in a style eventually as a parameter, or part of an enum. That's pretty funny. You didn't get the duck part. So what I would actually do in order to do that is I would duck.pp photomaker. Then we did do this out. At duck.not or DuckTapeDevOps. Duck.not IMG as a South Park. And we do duck.not a DuckTapeDevOps. Astronaut and a salad. Because trying to make it too human. We might need to make it. We might need to remove some styling. Uh, really get that done right. But this isn't. I'm not even necessarily trying to build this for. Trying to build this enough that I can build the inferencing behind it. I'm getting really distracted by trying to keep making it better. But the idea is for you guys to be able to use whatever model you want from HuggingFace. Just pull it up and go, pull it up and go. Right now, I can only use the models from Replicate because that's what I'm using. But when I put it on AWS, I'm going to go get some more coffee, use the restroom, and I'll be back. You guys should get all those replies. Dr. Knopf's open. Feel free to play with him. I'll leave you guys with him. This is fine. Yeah. There we go. Better. Might want to say like a yellow duck, right? Because I do like a yellow rubber duck astronaut. That's not bad though. I'll be back. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Appreciate the new folks swinging by. About 10 minutes or so. Yeah, it's like Power World. My friends, I didn't play about Power World. Going to make it 15G, 16. So I don't. That's part of why I don't use any of these models locally. So Replicate allows me to use them all at a per second billing. I only have 8 gigs on my 3070 Ti. I can't run shit. I can run like one model, and it takes either I can't run AI and OBS and Touch Designer at the same time. I get 2 of the 3, and so I just offload all my GPU. Plus, I mean, I'm solutioning for industry, right? I'm solutioning for companies, and I'm solutioning for companies and consumers, and I don't expect either of those to have. So that gets back to the diagram of the only people that have those 4090s are these guys. So like, if we're looking at the people that have 4090s, you got 4090 here. You got 4090 here. The consumers have a phone. What's an iPhone? And industry is on Fargate / native. So why would I build for a 4090? Yeah, I got 3070 Ti, so I only have 8 gigs instead of the 16 gigs I would like to have had. But that's why I run everything on Replicate. Replicate's so cheap. I included my bill on Replicate, right? Like run all this stuff, it's nothing. So one run of, let's see, what did one run of PhotoMaker take? I think usually they say at the bottom of what they take if they're done right. The companies that do this the right way. 1 penny to run. And that's running on a A40, which A40 is, how does A40 compare to 4090? See what I'm saying about CPU models. Fuck off. How do the GPU power of A40 and NVIDIA 4090 compare for running diffusion models? They're not CPU models. Let's see, it says CUDA right there. CUDA cores. Oh. I hate it here. Fermented bean paste. I was going with BaseNet and Dr. Wolf. Sure, so technically what you do with that, so the way that, that's another thing I have to build in here that I haven't referenced yet. That's a good point actually, is that I did not in here calculate my EFS. So I also need storage, right? I have edge, orchestration, compute, and data. What I did not include in here, which was dumb, well, data will include storage in. So let's see, that's another 2. So here, you're going to run an EFS, AWS EFS. And it's going to hold all your models. So here you're going to have your SDXO, your PhotoMaker, your Animate Git. So those all live in EFS, because what we're really talking about here is SDXO, I want to say is like 5 GB. PhotoMaker is Can I tab within that? That would be sick of stuff. Nope. 5 GB photo maker, Lord knows. We'll say it's 10 GB. Enemy difficult say it's 16 GB. I don't know. But you put those in a file store and you take them to the compute when you need it. So you take the model to the compute that way. Rather, you take the compute to the storage. You take the light to the heavy, right? So now we're talking about attaching one of these batch jobs to an existing EFS mount that holds our models. That off there, right? So that is one thing I did not add my data layer down here, which I put originally Aurora, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to call this storage, actually. And that's going to be our AWS Aurora serverless, as well as our AWS EFS model storage. That is another bundle that I have to build for this. Soybean paste fermented and pressed. Yeah, you're probably right. It's definitely bean paste. Tofu's going great. I'm loving tofu. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah. So and even so, if you're not pre-training your models, if you were training them after the fact, you're putting them into an S3 bucket, and then you're loading them. I still think you load them onto EFS because you want to be able to mount them. So you're talking about two different processes here. For anybody unfamiliar, you may be familiar with DevOps, especially in capes, right? You're talking about either this is an MNT, that's a mount of EFS onto that batch job. Whereas if I were to do S3 to batch, I'm pulling the S3 to batch job. And that's significantly more expensive from a compute layer than taking the batch job and mounting the EFS volume to it, running it, deleting the batch job, deleting the batch job. This is how PostgreSQL does it. So PostgreSQL puts the pod in case onto the node, which is Postgres, because data is where your big compute should sit, not in your compute layer. It needs to move to the data, right? That's kind of what context. Welcome back, FaceNet and Dr. What you guys missed. We did a raid train yesterday. I got some new guys in here as well, or new I keep saying guys, new community members in here as well. We did a raid train. We got a good number of people on it. It was a lot of fun. We had, I think, 8 people or so, and we got 3 people to have their biggest viewers yet, which I love. And we maintained some viewership kind of through the newer viewers. Yeah, you can train a model on specific imagery. You can take a pre-trained model and throw your own layer on top of it. So I've done it with Mistral. So I took Mistral, which is an instruct model, and I put Dolly, D-O-L-L-Y, onto it, which is an open source model or open source data set. And it took, I think, 4 hours to train, $9 to make my own Mistral model of an LLM that was trained. I'm not that worried about training models yet. I'll build pipelines for that. I'm more interested in, again, building the architecture of what it looks like. Thank you. That's awesome that you agree with it so far. I've taken a couple of people. Schematical is one that I followed for this. I can't find him anymore. He's not very searchable. I hope to find him again. But he did some of this and passed on that knowledge. Yeah, most of the models are, so Hermes is a great example. Hermes is, so if you were to go look up Hermes on HuggingFace, you're going to find that Hermes, so Mixtral, for instance, Hermes is Mixtral trained, the model's trained with over 1 million entries from GPT-4. So they basically just took, people have been asking GPT-4 questions forever. They took all of that through the talking to GPT-4 on top of Mixtral and built Mixtral Hermes. So any Hermes model, to my understanding, is an existing pre-trained model retrained with, or maybe it's an untrained version of Mixtral. I'm not sure quite how that works. But trained with GPT-4 data. But again, I'm trying not to get too far into the model building aspect of it, more the hosting aspect of it, because that's what I'm better at. There are plenty of AI engineers, one of which is, by the way, let's do a shout out here for DocBlock17. He is a ML engineer, so he actually is doing model training. He likes to make private models for specific use cases, whereas I like to host the inferencing. All right, with all of that said, what do I need to tackle first, right? What is the order of operations for these bundles? And I think the orchestration layer is first, because I can do that well. So what I'm actually going to do, I think, is 7. Click. 7. Okay. So this is, oh God, no. 8. Oh, 7. Oh no, that's giant. Don't do that. How do I not draw a giant part? Anyhow, this is going to be 1, but not with the authorized. We're just going to do gateway as 1, and this is 1. Cluster and the task. So 1 is going to be API gateway to ECS. That's just offloading Ducktron. I ruin things once I start actually using the pin. Ducktron is going to be just API gateway to ECS. And then 2, once we get that done, is to auth. Do I go auth early? Yes, I need to do auth. God, I hate that. I can do auth before I do 3, which is the compute. And then we'll start to push towards, once I have that, I think 4 is CloudFront and S3, because now we're talking about building the website. And then 5 is the data layer. And first EFS, and then 6 is Postgres for RAG. So this is 1A, and that's 1B. So first I need to get this stuff done. Even though I just started the batch job stuff, and I almost got to it. But let's table the batch job stuff and move over to the ECS stuff so that I can host my bot a little cleaner. Clear get status. Oh, let's see, cd.dot. Get status. Get add dot. Get commit dash in. We're on develop, right? Yep. Enabling jobs until ECS is complete, and we'll push that. Then let's go ahead and start ECS. So I could fork the current ECS that MassDriver has. I should. I kept telling people to fork it. I should fork it. I hate doing work for a company that I don't work for. It's terrible. It's easy. It's not a big deal. Things I've done everything but batch jobs before. Yeah, batch is the only thing I haven't done out of that whole model before. Well, you also have, and the cool thing about that setup, by the way, is that you also have, whoa, when you're doing this, you also have, what am I doing these? I'm making these like this. So over here, you also will have your AWS SageMaker domain. And it is going to allow you to do your model training. So AWS SageMaker domain attaches an EFS by default, and you can train and test via SageMaker. I really don't like the way they do domains. Canvas is even worse. Domains is a little bit better than Canvas. Well, Canvas is in a domain. So a domain, you have, I'm really talking about SageMaker Studio. You technically have SageMaker Canvas. Do not use SageMaker Canvas is terrible. I honestly don't like most of AWS's SageMaker stuff. But so Studio is for .ipy notebooks, and Canvas is for charging you a lot of money for nothing. And those live there. What's up, Dawkins? How you doing, bud? So got that job tabled for now. Gonna have to go to github.com/massdrivercloud. Go find their ECS. I think I might already have forked it. Already forked it? Is it gonna tell me if I've already forked it? Nobody's forked it. Who's Nitish? I know who Chris is. Chris is the COO. Who the fuck is Nitish? I don't know, somebody using missed contributions to it though. Pretty bored. RNA description. What's called main branch? I'm only create fork. Oh, I did that on my personal. I gotta delete this fork and go rebuild it. It's going well. So I think not. You saw some of the raid train. I think had a good time with that, and now I'm getting back into actually doing platform architecture, which I think is kind of my sweet spot anyhow. So it's and it's what I mean. It's the product I'm building that I'm going to be able to sell. And I mean, it's what I enjoy doing. It's just what I'm innovating in. I love their pseudo mode. It's so good. Okay. Let's go back to here. We're the fork about DuckTapeDevOps. Now, whenever I create a fork, I go and I change this to f-main to remind myself that it's a fork and it's not actually a main. Because often you'll see it'll say like, you want to make a pull request into main, and you go, f.main or like my fork main or the real main. That's just a personal preference. Tell me this. I'm sure I'm gonna hate this. Git clone. CD into it. CD into it. Good job. Not bad job. We'll deal with that later. I eventually will make what we call an architecture, which will have these all as submodules. So you just deploy the whole fucking thing in one button. It's kind of the idea. But for now, we have to do it individually, then we'll build it together, then we'll build submodules, then we'll deploy it all, and on and on. And I sell architectures through the marketplace. On Mass Driver is the idea. They haven't done that yet. I'm the only person building architectures for them in this way. I mean, I'm just not many. Mesh expired. Fuck you. It's been like an hour. What are you doing with this? I'm not even using this right now. Q sucks. Q blows. Yeah. Copy paste. Terminal, let's get rid of that. Plus SU duck, FU duck, CDSRC. All right, what do they have there? SRC? I'm sorry, Fargate spot. AWS switches their shit up so often. What the fuck is Fargate spot? Fargate. The cluster has Fargate and Fargate spot. No one uses Fargate spot. I just don't know why you wouldn't use spot if you're already doing Fargate. Fargate, they didn't used to do this, but now Fargate tasks technically just spin up batch jobs, which is an interesting abstraction. But yeah, I guess you would just use spot. They over-engineer a lot of this. So let's see. They go cluster. They give it a name. We already did that. They give settings container insights and enable container insights. I like that. AWS own instances, and you pay a lot. That's what I think. Here's what you mean by that, but I might need to get to that because they didn't used to have Fargate spot when I first started Fargate. That's all new to me. So let's see if I go to Fargate spot or Fargate. First, let me go to the one I already had. Temp, launch type, Fargate, services. I go create a service. Best practice strategy. I'll try directly without using best practice strategy. Fargate spot. Why would I not use Fargate spot? I don't understand any reason you wouldn't just use Fargate spot if you're already using Fargate. I mean, maybe you would do one all the time on Fargate and then only scale on spot. So we'll just start spot and then work our way backwards, right? If I have issues, I'll get off of it. Not that big a deal. Okay. Capacity providers. Capacity providers to save concat for instance in cluster instances. What? What the fuck is this? I think they over-engineered this a lot. They do SECS for capacity provider name, which is the cluster name, capacity providers. I don't need to give it all of them. I don't need all of them, but we'll figure that out here in a second. Depends on time sleep. Holy shit, what are you doing? Yeah, so you want to do 100%. So you want to do 100% as your maximum buy price, and then it basically just buys anything under 100% or charges you the regular price of the spot. And then you can build a spot fleet, which allows you to say, I'm willing to take different things up to a certain price. And you can also do provisioner groups now, which allow you to also build your spot fleet in a better way. So there's a couple of different ways to do it. But if you don't have like die-hard requirements, spot's always better for additional capacity to build out. Ideally, I will be running 2 all the time on regular Fargate and then scale up via spot fleet. And so worst case scenario, it fails back to the auto scaling group whenever my other one sits down. But spot provides you at least finishing out a minute, and none of my calls are going to take longer than a minute. So spot's perfectly fine in this case. Well, what is all this shit in main? What is this? No. You can use the normal dependency there tree to have the ECS cluster capacity buffer resource update after the ASG is created. We instead need to wait. We're not using the auto scaling group. This is fucking Fargate. What the? Okay, I'm gonna have to. They're trying to force this to do everything, and I only need Fargate. So I think what I need to do is rename my specifically Fargate. Let's see, what do they say here? ECS Amazon's fully managed container orchestration service, making it easy to use for usage. Our bundles aren't intended for use only. What are bundles? Bundle. Parameters, connections, artifacts, with branches. Cluster, ingress, enable ingress, instances, instance type. No. No, 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 no. Okay. So I just want Fargate. Settings. ECS. Fargate. Name. RMF. AWS, ECS cluster. Now I can better work this shit out. Code AWS ECS cluster. Get out of this thing. This is EC2. And you go from there. So maybe this shit is going. We know what this is, why this is. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're like capacity providers. For now, we're going to hard code this. Let's go look at Terraform ECS cluster. A Fargate cluster should be basically nothing. Fargate doesn't actually need clusters. EC2 needs clusters. Fargate's a layer abstraction or clusters a layer abstraction for Fargate that doesn't need to happen. So we don't need capacity providers. We don't need this. I'm not going to need a private level subnet. No, I think the service is what keeps the subnet. Cluster is a very thin layer. Do that shit. There's our ECS cluster. We need a security group for it. We don't need EC2 security group. ECS internal ingress. Have a long group. ECS cluster test. Example configuration. KMS key for logging. I'm okay with that, but we'll add that in later. Yeah, that's reasonable. And again, I didn't really learn Docker Swarm. Fargate was what I learned from the start. Because when I got into Docker, I used a little bit of EC2 at whatever company I worked at before that. Maybe LexisNexis we were doing. No, we weren't doing Docker. By the time I did Docker, it's basically on Lambdas. Well, I was on Fargate. They didn't have Lambda for Docker when I first started doing Docker. I went basically straight to Fargate. So I'm a little familiar with the way it works. It's been a while. It's been a little while. My understanding is that the EC. All right, let's go with this. So I've decided to start with ECS. Fargate. I'm currently building the cluster. As I recall, I can put the security group on the service, not the cluster level. And in Fargate, the ECS cluster is simply a grouping layer of abstraction and not anything tangible within the architecture. Is this right? To correct, Fargate, the security group should be applied to the service level, not the cluster level. That's what I thought. So, get rid of the security group. Here I am. EC2. AOV skips Fargate, or skips the cluster. Do I even want the ODB? I need the cluster as a layer of abstraction on mass, right? Unless I want to add a chassis, yeah. Providers, artifacts. No, this pisses me off. They make me use their artifacts. This batch user data for EC2 to integrate EC2 instance in Fargate. Yeah, I haven't used EC2 with Fargate. So I did, or let's see, what company was it at that I used EC2? Because I've been on autoscaling group policy. Maybe I moved Pearson from EC2 over to Fargate. I think that's what I did. I think I moved from a monolith in EC2 over to Fargate because I remember making autoscaling groups for EC2. That's right, artifact cluster data capabilities. They were bringing together this shit so bad. I need this stuff. I just need the fucking. Look at my examples. So artifacts. Artifact JSON that. How are they doing here? Artifacts. Field. Sure. Provider resource. This is breakpoint arm. Okay, so as long as that's there, that's all I really care about. I don't care about the rest of this. Capability ingress public. What? Infrastructure. Okay. Okay. Sure. I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna be so pissed. Because I know what they did. They force you to use their artifacts and you kill with their artifacts. which I told him not to do. What's my mouse over here now? Access private, source URL. Here now. Name AWS ECS Fargate cluster. Development. So much of this is unnecessary. This is actually 100% necessary. That's unnecessary. Their name might be necessary, but those two things are not. Instances, no. Instances isn't necessary at all. Ingress isn't necessary at all. Create ECS instances, two ECS. Oh my god. Please. I'm going to be so pissed off and muted this whole time on LinkedIn. Say something, you nerd. Where is my volume coming from? I've been muted this whole time on LinkedIn and YouTube. 4 hours live. Muted. Well, I have 3 viewers, so thank you guys for hanging out, and I'm sorry that I've been muted this whole fucking time. That capability is required. Artifact. Pointless. Okay, let's see. So I got a fucking pointless. This is the issue, is that they hard code what their artifacts are, and I have to now somehow create this as an artifact for them. Otherwise, they won't accept it. So I have to do this in order to allow myself to build this shit. When I get into batch jobs, I'm going to have to write a fucking letter to them and ask them for permission to create my own artifact because they haven't done it. This is the... It makes their product impossible to use. The way that MassDriver worked, built out, is MassDriver was meant to be... they thought they were building all of the architectures and bundles. What I've tried to explain to them, and what probably got me fired, was I tried to explain to them that instead they should build it so that people that use their product can build whatever the fuck they want using their product, rather than forcing them into this extremely tightly pipelined, you have to do ... And I said, well, what if a company doesn't do that? And they said, well, they should. And I said, well, no, you're wrong. In fact, a lot of the things they said were wrong. I've been doing it for years and not done that. Expected object given string. Fucking hate you. All right, we'll give it this object. What I'm going to have to do is create a new artifact and make a pull request into their artifact repository with the things that I want out of a cluster, which is only the ARN. I want nothing else out of there except for the ARN. But what happens is it validates against MassDriver artifacts, artifact definitions. I have to fork this, and I have to create a new artifact definition that is artifacts, and I have to take their ECS cluster and create a new one, because see, they have all of these hard requirements of an artifact. I don't want any of this shit, so I have to now create my own artifact, and I have to create a pull request, and I have to get them to approve it before I can use it on my side. What? So say the same thing, some artifact bullshit. So artifact definitions. I'm trying to create ECS Fargate cluster and need an artifact that only passes the ARN. Do I need to do a PR on Or do you support artifacts? Some other bundles I'm creating that are currently supported. What I would love is if I could fork artifacts and point it to my own artifact definitions. I'd love if I just didn't need this freaking artifact definitions hard typing. It's just a JSON object passed from one bundle to the next. I don't know why it's so difficult to use, but it is. All right, let's see if I can figure out. So their artifact name. Oh, what happened to, did Neon finish? Is that what happened there? I imagine he did. All right, so he finished. Who do I want to play? I guess I played on the Neon Void. I was really enjoying the vibes from that. Let's see if I can find one of those older videos. That's also, there we go. There's a 2-hour long, well, 13 days ago, but still a nice 2-hour set. Where did it go? There it is. Need to do something. Trigger usage for a cluster. I need to an artifact that only passes the AI. Yep. I'm blocked until then. Provisioning failed. Data capabilities ingress. How do I not do that? What is this? I don't need that. I need to get rid of all of this stuff. So the only data that I want here is the ARN. So this is what I want. There's no security. There's none of this exists in a cluster. It's on encode, parentheses, 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 or a fucking bracket out, cluster ARN, artifact 4, metadata, name, prefix, ARN. That's all I want to pass. For the resources, maps driver, artifact, field cluster, provider resource ID, field cluster. Let's see if their documentation helps. I don't think they've replied on the chat room yet. No. So let's see if their documentation has anything about this. Mass driver, artifact, creation. Artifacts are resources created by a deployment that adhere to a specific type artifact definition that can be attached to other bundles. Artifacts are the output. Artifacts have 2 top-level fields, data and specs. I have data. I guess I need specs. What is specs? Non-sensitive data used to filter and search for artifacts. What was the specs it expects on this? Oh, wait, what's a spec? Specs, AWS.json. What? Okay. How do I build an artifact? An artifact definition are types of mass drivers that determine which artifact a bundle produces, what infrastructure or application dependencies a bundle has. They typically carry metadata like region, right? How do I make my own artifact? Projects. Doesn't tell me how to make my own artifact. I don't actually expect them to reply to me. God damn it. All right, well, fuck mass driver. Let's go actually build this in a way that allows me to do it. So there's nothing in this. Like, this is all I fucking need. cdsrc. Delete all this other bullshit. Oh, I need providers. And the variables would be nice to be able to pull in, but we'll just use, we'll get rid of these. We'll get rid of all of this, actually. The AWS provider doesn't need any of this. I should be able to assume that. Oh shit, Thornadico with 2 Raiders. What a guy. How's it going, bud? Got Fanatics. Alvi decided to incept a little bit. I appreciate it. Let's see if I can just do tofu plan. Tofu emits. What's going on here? Good to see you. It's all about the DevOps world. We're doing it. We're doing it. All modules should be required provider. All right, let me go find my last tofu project. So now I have to dig my way out of mass driver because mass driver just doesn't work. All right, so we're going to have to throw out mass driver for now. Unless they answer me with this. But I don't think they're going to answer me. Because they don't actually have an answer for that. So, fuck. We're going to do don't use Kates from scratch. Oh, God, no. I don't use Kates. Kates is terrible. All right, so mass driver just doesn't work. Decommission this. All right, so cool. Mass driver is actually a blocker. It's not an enabler, so we're not going to use it for now. We're going to create a whole new repo. Well, let's go to the NeuroQuack repo. Yeah, I'm going to do this on NeuroQuack repo. NeuroQuack. Make your tofu, cd tofu, touch, ecs.tf, and let's go there. Tofu ecs.tf. Let's go ahead and so we're gonna have to break all this out later, which I wish I could do it now, but whatever. Let's at least keep it as clean as I can. So in tofu, on your new folder, I'm gonna call this ECS cluster. At least keep it this clean. And then we'll call it within cluster. We're gonna call it main. And that's it for now. You know what? Let's do at the tofu level, we're going to add providers.tf and we're going to add variables.tf. TGF. Thank God it's Friday. How'd your stream go, Thorny? Oh, well, go destream. Yeah, by all means. Variable. How do I do variables in tofu? I forget. Let me go find an example because I forget everything all the time. It's a cool trick I do. Where's the last tofu thing I built? I did do a tofu thing recently. Tofu. I never pushed it. Tofu. Examples. All right, where are my commits? Commits ahead. Well, I'm behind now. Ruh-roh. And providers need these things. Providers is that. And then variables. That's how I start variables. I just start variables. So variables. So far we don't need region yet, but we'll go ahead and default it. But what I want to do is variable project name. What's up, girl? And it's going to be NeuroQuack. And I need to do here, name is var dot project name. How do I do this right? Plus. Is that how it works? I hope so. Go to commits. This is just ECS cluster at this point. But I'm trying to deploy Ducktapedev up there. Ducktapedev emode at 400 eco. ING cheers a beer. Trying to put Ducktapedev into ECS. Tofu plan. Tofu apply. No changes. I don't agree. Does it not see my lower? Does it not see the ECS cluster? That's interesting. I'm running Tofu apply, and it's not seeing the files under ECS cluster. How do I get Tofu? Open Tofu, previously Terraform to apply my changes in folders. So that works. Just as someone having problems streaming LinkedIn. I'm gonna go and well, I'll leave. I was not rating out, but I was gonna quit LinkedIn. It's just not able to stream to. Or probably stream LinkedIn. So we show LinkedIn's in. We'll keep trying. Let you know if it's resolved. Okay. Oh well, we didn't have volume on it for a long time. We're still on YouTube and identify your current working directory. Ensure you are in the correct working directory where that folder is located. It should run from the root directory. Continue to. So we just want to take a different method. Damn it, do I have to go into there? Can I have my providers.tf and my variables.tf external to my ECS cluster folder and still reference them? And let's reference them. Terraform and its derivatives, like OpenTofu, to reference providers and variables from an external directory relative to your ECS cluster module. You would typically use Terraform's modular system. However, since OpenTofu
is continuation or fork of Terraform. It's important to verify that it's kept functional. Sure. ECS cluster source. Okay, I'm fine with that. New file, main.tf, running that module. And that module expects name. And what do we get for Thornby? Nailed it. Thornby go, cheers and a beer. Perfect. Just like we drew it up. Right. In this main, source dot slash that some variable equals var dot some variable. So really what this is this var dot name equals main name equals project name, right? Tofu plan. Module ECS cluster, the module not yet installed, tofu init. Tofu plan. Your name is not expected here. So like what? Some variable, and then I receive it as var dot some variable name, and then I receive it as var dot name. I disagree. All right, so name. Get rid of that. I just want to see if I can do this. I got to re-end, don't I? Oh. Holy shit, that took too long. Why did I just type yes into there? Okay, so we know that works. What we need to find out is why I can't pass a variable into it. Name equals var dot cluster name. Sure. I'm going to put a 10-second, not a 10-minute. Also, I didn't know that it deletes all the messages. And I want to automate that every time somebody does the OVM because it happens like every day, and I think it's hilarious. I want to, yeah, it was no reaction. I didn't. I've never timed out somebody. I didn't realize how hard it timed you out. So my apologies about the over timeout. Wasn't my intent. It was meant to be funny, and it was stronger than I meant for it to be. I am so tired of people worrying so much about NeoVim when they've got so many other problems they're not addressing. I did switch your time. I untimed it out immediately, by the way, for what it's worth. But I think you'd already left it. I don't blame you, because it was a rough reaction. Why do I not remember how to pass variables? Where have I done this recently that I can go look at? This is my issue. I jump so many different things constantly that I forget how to do simple stuff. Tofu. This. Variables are set here. Yeah, so I did not mean to do a 10-minute timeout by any means. Examples, async inference, main.tf. They pull their variables in via, let's see, these are using the modules. They're passing the variables as that. And that's what I'm expecting. So name prefix in this module, which is /, which is main. Main takes those variables. No, it's not main. What the fuck is it? Oh, did he change some of this? He did change some of this. Oh no, that's mine. I thought he took my pull request where I renamed all his files. That would have been hilarious. var tags, var. Why the fuck is it not working then? Var HF task. That's what I'm doing. Main var. This is my module. This is calling the module /. It's passing cluster name. That should be taking cluster name. Oh, I probably need to declare it as a variable, maybe. I bet I need to do new file, variables.tf. I bet I need to do variable. Is it going to give me this? Man, variable that. Variable space quote. Come on. I don't need that. I need cluster name. I don't need to give it a default. There we go. Now my terminal will work. I need to net again, I bet. Oh. Oh. Project name. var.project name plus cluster. No, that's just been a running joke in the in my stream of all these hardo devs coming in here and being like, can't believe you don't use NeoVim. It's so useful because blah blah blah. How do you do this the right way in the current stuff? I hate that. I thought we fixed that. I thought that wasn't a thing anymore. Project name dash cluster. I thought there was the newer. I thought after like 1 dot something we stopped doing that. This has been the longest way to put an empty cluster that I've ever dealt with in my life. This is insane. Oh, I just swiped a notification I didn't see. Always love that. All right, so we can cluster up. We're doing it. We're building cloud. Where's this? We got a cluster. All right, so this thing can be deleted. I'm gonna go order some food. Yeah, we were talking about it after I think you stepped away, and I don't blame you at all. That My job is only past GitHub. I don't care at all what anybody uses anywhere before GitHub. It doesn't matter to me. Get your stuff to GitHub, and then I'll deal with it. All right, I'm going to try and figure some food for tonight. Hate how often I order food now, but if I'm working, I gotta eat at some point. I'm not sure all I do is fucking sit here and code in front of you people anymore. Gotta find a place that has great bento boxes. So it's not all for naught. Maybe a chicken teriyaki bento box, maybe another sweet and sour. That was a really good one. Miso. Add. Read an egg roll. I don't know that I don't remember how their egg rolls are. There used to be a place down the street that stick egg rolls, but they don't deliver anymore. All right, I'll stand up for a bit. Oh, Ackerman stands. Oh, I like to do a little line through. That's cool. That's new. So clusters, all right, we got a cluster. We're doing it. We're making progress. So let's now make a ECS service. So tofu, new folder, ECS service. And this needs basically the same two things, but the service I've now got an empty ECS cluster that I'm looking to add a Fargate task, spot task, and service to that will scale from 0 to 5 based on traffic and host a Docker image I have in ECR. Give me the tofu for that. I know I'm going to need some stuff like a security group. Port mapping, sure. I'm not going to do port mapping, I'm going to do security group to security group. Oh, did you do the Terraform stuff? Give me all this bullshit. Did I finish the coffee? I didn't I? Damn it. Why am I so tired? Can you give me the Terraform? Can you extract the task as a separate file? Right, but it's security group, so it's just API gateway to service. I don't actually need to give any port mappings because you can just give it security groups. And then eventually I'll have the zero trust access or zero trust to it. Service. It's looking at my subnet, my security group, my cluster, and my task definition. That task definition is now a data. And that data is this. Sorry, what? Create a file named testdefinition.tf. Oh, okay, so they did not extract it into a JSON object. Can you abstract the container definition to a JSON object or to a JSON file? So new file task def.json. That name, this is going to be NeuroQuack. No, this is technically DuckTapeDevOps, not NeuroQuack. No shit. This is DuckTapeDevOps, yeah. Image. If I push this image up, I don't even know if I ever pushed this image up. Let's make sure I push this image up. Where is NeuroQuack? It's called NeuroQuack right now, but I need to rename it as DuckTapeDevOps. So cd dot. Yeah. Yes, S3LS. Oh, I doubt they replied to me. They're probably sick and tired of me. Yeah, they're not going to reply to me for some time. I am a second-class customer to them. Which we'll see how long that lasts. ECS cluster, foo, ECS. Why am I here? I don't need to be here. I need to be in my ECR. And I can push it here. You push commands. Let's add this to just. Oh, I do have mass push, don't I? So let's do just mass push. That's image syntax. Echo artifact ID. I might need that. This worked. Why did this stop working? Next year. Okay. And do I rename it latest? I don't remember. Might auto name it latest. New release of pip available. Sure. Least of my concerns is the pip versioning at this point. I hate how long this is taking to build. It's like a gig right now. It needs to not be. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick while it does that. Take in some coffee mugs. It is such a nice day out. I wonder if Cherry's got a show downtown. Hey, walk downtown if he's got something going on. Barcode. I guess a ways out. I don't want to drive. Yeah, it's 30-minute drive. Am I going? Okay. You got a show tomorrow? In Greenville. Oh, he's gonna have fun out there though. All right. So we push the image. So I now have this image name. I'm putting my service or my task definition, but I would like to variabilize this. Var dot docker. All right, we'll go back and variabilize that whenever we can figure out how to get this into or I get this into master driver. Container port, I want 8080 and 8080. So I'm expecting. My ears been burning. You been talking about me, Java Grunt? How you doing? Have your ears been burning? I've typed Spring AI one too many times, and I think you just show up. I think it's the best way to summon you. How are you doing? Let me see a service. I am all for it. Shout out for Java Grunt. One of the best It needs to land. I know a guy. That's funny. That's funny. I am working on it. I just had to write Master Driver and ask them to give me access to some things. Follow Java Grub though. He's the dev advocate for Spring. He's working on Spring Boot. He's working on Spring Boot AI or Spring AI. My architecture is a lot of that. I have. Well, I'm running on my personal, but yeah, dog. If you don't follow Java Grub, then you got a problem. Because dog does some Java. So this is my new architecture for running things via for all the edge. It'll be API gateway running into AWS Cognito for the Lambda authorizer off CloudFront and S3 bucket. Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love to have an offline meeting if you want to talk about some of that. I'm pretty free. But a long running thing I think is going to be ECS Fargate. And then the idea is to run this over on batch jobs for individual LLM calls, which will be Spring AI. And it will be PyTorch for GPUs. But the idea is to have these as ephemeral batch jobs. I'll have to attach an EFS mount in Postgres. Yeah, Java grows the man for that. But yeah, I'd love to. You have me on LinkedIn, I think. If you want to talk about finding some time, I'm ridiculously available, annoyingly available. Some would say. It's me. I say that. I wish I was less available. I wish I had income. I'm brokely available. I think that's the term. So let's see for the service. Not example. This needs to be. Yeah. Whatever works for you. I'd love to hear your take and your project for sure. Because I really love what you're doing, and I'm trying to get integrated with it. You doing what have you been doing out there? Any kind of public work or just personal stuff? Name needs to be, what did I do here? Why is example service here? Oh, because I started doing all there. Why did I do this? Did I overwrite I overwrote the wrong one. Nice. I always love those. Right way to do it. Main service, the task will be DuckTapeDevOps because we're going to do individual tasks. The task definition is task definition, ECS task definition example family. I don't know that I agree with that. Let's see what this is. Yeah, I just hit a snag on mass driver that annoyed me a little bit. But we'll see if they come back with a good answer. We support custom artifact definitions now. The new version of CLI using this. If one uses only ARM, not sure. I can show you today. Yeah, it's Neon. I love Neon. He's so sick. There's if you're into synthesizers, we'll say, and Ableton and things like that, there is a synthon going on right now that is all synthesizer stuff, gsv.live, and he's almost certainly on the schedule. So it's a raid train. So we did the raid train yesterday. It went great. We got the viewers that we got what we wanted. Boom came in with 48, which was huge, and at the beginning. And then let's see if I can find their schedule for this one. I know it's on there. So they were doing a raid train all weekend. They're one of their yearly ones. Synthon live. They don't organize their site very well. But we got views to some people that don't normally get views. It's on right now. Ruben, and I don't know them as well, but January is their synthon one they're doing. Just do a shout out real quick to anybody who doesn't want to join the train where it is. It looks like I don't even know this guy as well, but I love what they do as a community. Let's give Ruben a shout out there. And I know your opponent Zero, who's in there. Do they have their schedule? View sent on timetable? I think it's so hard to find this. It's part of why I built Raid Trade TV. That's also part of it, is they do multiple trains usually at the same time. So let me give everybody this. You want to go find who's on. So Mr. X, for instance, I know real well and love. I'm not as familiar with Ruben. Notes and Volts I know well. Well, I know of. 5QRL I know. Nox Moderato. Bleak Temple's great. Neon Void is. What is this time slot? Let's see, am I on EST? Let's check EST. So Neon Void set will be midnight Sunday night EST is when he'll have his. Oh man, that's crazy. And then open set is 1 a.m. who's a stepbrother. So that's gonna be interesting. They both were last night at the same time too. Open set closed out our raid train, and Neon Void was on at the same time. I missed it. And then I like Sandy Klepper. I like Toto Robin, Control Alt Delete, Woke Ass Messiah. So I know about half of these guys. And it's really fun. But it's a good way to meet a lot of synthesizer community. And great code driving music. It just drives the code from my fingers, and I love it. All right, so they do support custom artifacts now. It's in their newest CLI, so I need to update my CLI at some point in order to get the custom artifacts in. He said he talked to me Monday about it. I get it. It's Friday afternoon, and I can be a difficult customer to deal with because I'm informed. And informed customers are the worst sometimes. So for variable, I don't know if I need. Okay, so variable there's cluster name. Variable here's going to be service name. And here I'm going to run ECS service. I don't need the cluster name. Oh, I probably do need to pass the cluster name in, huh? So cluster name is going to be, I should do locals maybe? Locals. And do cluster name. Equals this. And then do var.cluster name here. And then that means that I need to do var.cluster name here. And then service name, probably define up here as well. I hate that it does this. ECS service name is going to now be, let's see, for the variable service name I did. Sure. We're not gonna do that. variable service name. Oh shit, Bit Gaming with 27 Raiders. What a hero. Appreciate you. Welcome Raiders. We are trying to deploy NeuroQuack, my bot, well, DuckTapeDevOps, into AWS using ECS Fargate. We can do, let's see. Oh, hello. Let's do a first time chat from the Raider. Thank you so much. Emote, DuckTapeDevOps, emote. Oh, you're doing a Unity project. I need to swing by. Thank you, Java Grunt. Let's see, emote. Maybe cheersing a beer. We're gonna see if that works. Everybody, please go follow Big Gamey. And Unity was what you're working on today. How'd that go? Do you have your? Can I see your today's stream from your VOD real quick? Is that how that works? 3 hours ago. I'm sure I'll swing by your stream. I need to swing by and see this. I like your setup a lot. That's awesome. And then there's like your friends that you have up top. Derail day. Love it. If you've never seen these, if you've never seen that repo, rage against. Oh no! Don't click that. The pixel. Rage is effectively my CTO. He actually had him on the other day on the channel. He sits behind me sometimes. He didn't come in today. He said he was going to come in today. But he's got a bunch of Unity open source plugins. So if you're a fan of Unity, and especially if you're a fan of AI, he has a ton of good stuff. Did you by chance publish the way you did that? I'd love to have something like that because I've got a lot of friends that I always try and shout out a lot. And I'd love for people to be able to just click in and go check out my friends. That's a cool concept. I like that a lot. So yeah, so we've got yeah, take a look for sure. He built Microsoft's XRTK, the Mixed Reality Toolkit, and yeah, it's a really cool feature. I like that. Java Grunt, by the way, is a great dev. Java Grunt, Dog. Usually the people in here are streamers that you should follow. Java Grunt and Dog are active right now. I don't know if I'm sure Sockhouse is lurking and Fix It and Stream.bot driven. I do use Streamer.bot. In fact, I'm surprised I don't have it up. I don't necessarily use it probably in the best way. I already have Streamer.bot open. Okay. There it is. I use it in a very naive way. I really just use Streamer.bot for my bang commands because I've got a DuckTapeDevOps now that I'm building out for anything more intense. And if he would finish building, he should be building an emote view. He's taking a sweet time. These are all built via my AI bot. All this stuff is built on, currently using Replicate. We're trying to swap that out with AWS Batch Jobs. I did on AWS SageMaker before, but SageMaker gets pricey if you're not constantly pinging it because it's on demand the way that I have it. SageMaker serverless requires sizes under 10 gigs, and I couldn't get my deep learning containers under 10 gigs because PyTorch is giant. So I've had to do that. But yeah, no, it looks really good. I like that. I like that feature. I'm always curious, like I want to start building extensions too, because I want to give access to things like, for instance, Neon Void, who please follow, he's in the description. I want to give access to you guys to like click into him. You know, what do we get? It's gonna be interesting because your picture is, this is what it thinks you look like. That's weird. I don't know why your mouth is open. I'm very confused based on your image. Let's see if we can do instead at Duckternaut. Let's replicate yours because that's better with humanoid images. It has some prompt engineering to make it into a human picture. But there's you cheersing a beer. Somehow. Welcome, Raiders. Please ask questions about anything because there's a lot going on, and that's Carrie Long Music doing this audio reactive music video that I created using outpainting on top of one of his. Well, that was not audio reactive technically. I built other ones that are. Yeah, welcome. We'll see if we can finish out some of this platform engineering. Spitting image. I mean, you're pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't know if it's even allowed on Twitch. If you need a PNG tuber, we found it. We could just cut it right in the middle and make it a Canadian South Park face. That's what some of the other guys have been doing. And then you can just. There's a whole crew of Canadian Godot developers in the morning. It's kind of funny. Somehow, I don't know how, but they're all Canadian. And they decided to make South Park PNGs. So they're all like. All right, let's see. I was trying to get Fargate up. I was trying to pass names properly to it. Service name, main. Also, if you haven't heard, I mentioned in the title that we did a raid train yesterday. Although, who knows, maybe that's where you found me. Yeah, I got into streaming from kind of the other aspect. I came in from speaking, so I was doing some speeches at events, and not as many as I'd like to. And I got a position as a dev advocate for OpenZD, and I thought, well, how can I be, or at the time we called it tech evangelist, but I changed the word to advocate, as I think everybody has now. And I was like, how can I do that at scale? And that's kind of how I got to streaming. So the PNG tuber or VTuber thing never really was necessary as part of my plan, but a lot of people do. A lot of people are afraid to be in front of the camera, but are great coders, are great educators, are great friends, and need to be streaming. And so I'm a big fan of solutioning ways that other people can stream that otherwise wouldn't. That's part of this emote maker is like, if you don't have emotes and you want to stream and that's your barrier of entry, come in here and make them. I got all these friends cheersing beers, and this was Boom who rated us recently he's got a cat, or they've got a cat, PNG tuber. I had a couple liver and Booms. That's also, I did the Tux kitty over there. My kitty's sleeping right here. Vivax and Kano, dog with glasses. Sockhouse made that cat. Duckternaut. Notch's waves up there. One-eyed fox is behind me. That's Carrie Long and Skip. Boom. So anyhow, that's what I've been having fun with as a way to help people get into it, hopefully. As well as a way to make my stream a little more interactive. All right, I don't know why it's, okay, so this is interesting. So this is a view. What I ran here, and that makes a little more sense, because if I grab your PP real quick, PP, we've heard some people started calling profile pictures PFPs. Yeah, CDK. So my biggest issue with CDK, so I didn't really get into that when I saw about the history of AI. So the researchers, because they only knew Python, they built SageMaker CDK, and the SageMaker CDK, or SageMaker SDK, and the SageMaker SDK means you can only SageMaker build itself on top of that, rather than building itself on top of HCL, on top of Terraform or OpenTofu, as we talk about. We don't talk about Terraform here, we talk about OpenTofu, the open source alternative to the evil empire that is HashiCorp. So that caused a real issue with things. Right. CDK is closer to HCL than SDK. You're right. SDK pisses me off. So Dr. Knot, let's see, clip at bit game links. So what I run is I run clip interrogate, which is OpenAI's clip. I wish I used OpenClip, but use replicate right now. Oh, I will tell you that the space for DevOps is small. There aren't many DevOps streamers, but I don't think there are that many people interested in it, which is the other side of it. It's been an interesting challenge, but there is plenty of room for streamers. Absolutely. My opinion on streaming is you just have to make sure you're getting into the right reasons. If your goal is to become a full-time streamer and get famous, then you're, especially in this community, you're going to get disappointed. It's tough. But if your goal is to find people that are interested in what you're doing and create good conversation, like you've been having conversation, it's a great place to do that. And we started doing raid trains recently. So yesterday we did our first raid train, at least that I've hosted for the category. I know there are some other people hosting them for the category, but not enough. There need to be more. And what we did was every hour we would raid into somebody else. Sadly, I had to take a couple extra slots just because we didn't get enough people. But for instance, Stockhouse. So when I started, Boom raided into me. I wish I could shout out Boom, but I never remember how many O's are in Boom. Boom. There we go. I got Boom. Let's see if I can. Oh, my food's here. Hell yeah. So let's shout out. Java is a great example, by the way, of another person that came in through the industry as a national progression. He gives keynote speeches and is running a conference soon and decided, hey, I should probably stream. That's the way that I can communicate with my contributors. Because what I want is, with my open source libraries, I want contributors to come in here and I want to do pull requests on stream. I want to go through why certain things didn't work and whatever that may mean. But Boom came in with 48 right around 2. Killed it. I asked Boom to be on the raid train and they were busy but they showed up. So I was able to raid Stockhouse, who's a new streamer. Because you can ask them why. And you can, and then they've got a recording of it too. I want to do PRs. Well, I'll show you actually one of my PRs that I love that we did on stream. Stockhouse got 20 something in there, and that's the most he's ever had. He maintained most of it. Mm-hmm. We put maybe 15 in to fix it. It was it's her first month. It's great. It's always great talking to you, Java. You've got my info. Let's set up a meeting, and I'll see you probably next time you stream or I do. Have a great day. Thanks for swinging by. But Law Delta is a founder, a first month streamer. So we've got a couple of first badges out of Law Delta, a couple of first badges out of Fix It. Stockhouse thing is in his second month, but we're able to give him his most viewers. I think we had some technical difficulties, and so the raid train kind of died down by the time we got to Dog, but he still got some viewers that he'd never gotten before, got some good follows. And went to an after party at Open Set, which was a lot of fun. That was we ended up with 100 and something people in there. Pendleton Ward came in, Tom Thinks came in. It was great. We had the after party was much bigger than the raid train. But I want to keep doing these. I want to keep finding people that want to do a 1 hour showcase of what they do. We did it an interesting way where ideally it would be the last hour of your stream. So if I'm heading out in an hour, say my time was 5:30 to 6:30. Dog's a PNG tuber. By the way, I do follow Dog. He's got a very interesting style. Well, first, since Java Grow's leaving, I might forget. I will shout out Java Grow again. Well, I haven't shout out Dog in a while. So we'll do Dog. Do follow Dog. He's got a very interesting style about the way that he streams. He's a PNG tuber. A lot of what he does is plays video games while his bots yell at him, and he yells back at his bots, and then he'll like stop and fix it or something. And so if you do want to learn about PNG tubing, he's your guy. He uses a lot of AI. He uses Unity to do PNG tuber, actually. So if you're a Unity dev and you're interested in PNG tubers, Dog guy. He uses Rage's, some of Rage's libraries too, like 11 Labs. This is a lot of fun. So what this was is it took your clip, and this is what it decided that your profile image looked like. So it took your profile image and it ran it through Clip, which creates a prompt based on computer vision, saying a close-up of video game controller with a person's face, Epic Legends game icon, dark video game icon design, game icon assets, Katana Zero video game character, blah, blah, blah. Put that back into SDXL. So I basically took that, and then at SDXL, that, and it created this, which looks kind of like a Spike with glasses on and headphones. A little, he's what, blue hair. He has a lot of yellow on, I feel like. Let's sit back down. My back's starting to get to me. And I've got a number of fun AI pipelining tools. I've been using Replicate, which lets you offload your compute per second. And so in like this month, I've only spent like $30 on AI compute. And it's all been, it's a bit async. It's not as fast as I want it to be. So now is why I'm trying to deploy it into AWS. I have some AWS AI SageMaker up, but it's all on demand and it costs me $5 an hour while I stream. So this has been significantly cheaper. Let's see if I can get some more of this actually figured out real quick though. Let's see. ECS test efficient. What do we get? And then there's the new image, same prompt, similar enough, right? It just takes the prompt and then tries to create that. I also can do blip. So when I do at emote, at Ducktapedevops, emote, and a good person for this is Java Grunt because he's got his actual picture. Java Grunt. And then I do IMG. It's part of PhotoMaker and I haven't fixed it yet. And that will take his image and run blip on it. So if I were to run Ducktapedevops blip at BitGaming, blip is Salesforce's way to caption things. It's more to speed up your process of training images. So if you're training images, you want to be able to get a caption of all your images. So if I gave it 1,000 images, I would want to caption all of them and put them into the model or for the training data so that it knows what it is. So blip is what Salesforce uses to do that. And so I take blip, add some extra stuff to it, and then use PhotoMaker, which can take up to 4 images, but I just use the profile picture and passes it in. And you see all that on replicate.com for me. So you can see all these things running, right? So there was your clip interrogate, SDXL, we got blip running now on Java Grunt's picture. So it's running blip on him. It doesn't charge for spin up, which is nice. It's created a minute ago, doesn't charge. You see on the predictions, it charges on per second. So you can see my runtime, 14 seconds, 2 seconds. And this come out to for SDXL, it should tell you the price down here at the bottom. This one doesn't. Most of them tell you the price at the bottom. It's a penny. It's a penny a run. I've got some video ones that are a little more expensive. That cost me like 20 cents per run, so I don't run them very often. So I'm 90% sure. So Lambda doesn't allow for GPU. So it's definitely not Lambda per se, but per call, just like Lambda does, right? That's the same concept. They pull the models from cold storage. I don't know if they actually explain what they do. So I'm running models from Python. Oh, it's crazy how easy it is to use, because if I just went to blip and I wanted to add it to my Python, click API, and then I click Python, and it gives me the Python I need to import. Don't trust that input image. Instead, go to the original model, use the form, fill out what you want. We'll do visual question, image text matching. We'll do test. Then what you can do is you can then hit Python, and it'll give you your actual input that you want instead of just that weird input ... And you just take that, put in your code. You've got to have your replicate API key as an environment variable, and that's it. Right? Yeah. But yep, just like a Lambda, that's the right idea. It's serverless, so to speak. Always feel free to post stream. Appreciate the alert. Appreciate the raid. Have a great evening if you don't make it back. And I appreciate you trusting your community with me. I appreciate you guys all coming by to check out my little corner of Twitch. So let's see. That's replicate. We can digress there. Let's go back to let's OpenTofu. I might need that here in a bit. StreamYard. I am not. Oh, am I back on LinkedIn? I'm not on LinkedIn. But I'm on YouTube. All right. And where is my AWS environment? I have so many things up. Is this it? No. All right. We're just going to close out some windows here. Close other tabs. All right. So where did I leave off? We are at UCS. So yeah, for those that are new, I'm DuckTapeDevOps. I also go by Nick. I don't think I've given this spiel since the raid. You can see my LinkedIn down here. You can see Neon Void's link down here. If you like the music, please do go follow Neon Void. You can see the LLM ethics charter down here. Please do go sign that. That's the ethics charter by the Linux Foundation for large language models. If you're ever curious, is it okay if I do this with large language models? Look at that. GitHub's down there. Big Fargate guy. That was kind of my claim to fame, was ECS Fargate. And so that's where we're deploying the bot on. It's actually the right thing for this bot because this bot's long-lived, right? It's a WebSocket, not a REST. REST, I would not put, I don't know, you can do Fargate down to 0 now, which is really interesting to me. What is going on with this? I'm a cluster. I don't have any services. Right, I'm about to deploy a service. UCS service name, service names, no, service name. And cluster name is what I passed in. Name. Which one was a cluster ID that it needs? So I'm gonna have the cluster ARN at the end of the day. So I'm gonna do locals dot cluster name or cluster equals. I need to know. I need to do data. ECS cluster is cluster name. And then I can do that. Okay. That ECS test definition, duct or not. Is ECS test definition. I don't agree with that. Let's see what's all updated. We did it. This has to say. This Hugging Chat, by the way, if you use ChatGPT and you're not using images, just go to Hugging Chat. It's open source. My private subnets will come in. It's the wrong spot. There's an old Hugging Chat. ECS service takes in task definition. Task definition, whatever. We'll do it in line for now. As much as I hate doing that, I prefer having it as a JSON, but I don't know that that works in MassDriver, which is what I'm working towards. Once they give me more access. Family. So main. Family is, I hate family. I mean, in this context, I think it's a bad name for this, but family would just be, I guess, service name. I'm gonna get the family name on that. Service name, service port, service image, service name twice. So variable By the way, all of this is open source. So if you're ever seeing something, you're like, you know what, it'd be cool to do that. All on my GitHub. And if it's bad, ask me to fix it. Family name. A task family name. And then main, I'm going to need to give a lot more things. Dang it, I was hoping it was going to fill those automatically. Okay, let's see what I actually use. So family name is going to be var dot task family name. We have Fargate, I think we're doing, is it Fargate underscore spot? Let's see if we can find that in the Terraform ECS task definition. If you're familiar with OpenTofu, it is the Terraform open source fork. Terraform is no longer open source because they hate community. Service task definition. So I'm wondering about service launch type and task definition requires compatibility. Those are the two things I'm looking for. So launch type is just Fargate, so that's compatibility versus that was for task definition, because that's the compatibility of Fargate. That makes sense. So I've got a compatibility, if I remember that. Launch type, there should be spot on service. The last couple of jobs have not been ECS, so they've not been Fargate, so I'm kind of relearning a little bit of it as I go. Black background, picture of a woman's face. What do we get here? Jobber got cheers and a beer. It's not quite him. It's always a little bit off, but it's got the idea down. There's no way it doesn't say spot on this page. Watch out, it's just Fargate, not spot. It's interesting. Noxious, I like you too much for you to ask that question. Noxious found out that I'm going to add a trigger on my to give somebody a 10-second timeout every time that they ask about NeoVim. Because I've had so many people come in here and today it was as a joke, and so like I don't actually mind it. Why do I have this weird glare on? Where the fuck is that coming from? But so this is the this is fun. It's fun. There's certain trends that just don't add any actual value, and NeoVim doesn't actually add any value. If you've never used an IDE before and you pick NeoVim, cool. But if you already know how to use an IDE, there's no value to it. Can I get this freaking, what is going on with that glare? Let's see if my microfiber, oh shit, my food just got here, didn't it? I appreciate all of you for second duck I've knocked off of my camera today. Duck number 3, going with guitar duck this time. You guys are guitar duck now. I gotta go grab food from the door. We're gonna put some Neon Void over top for now. Please do go follow him if you enjoy his music. It's down here. He's got a set Sunday night specifically, I know. Midnight EST. Now, are you using Code or Codium? Because there's a difference. Codium's open source. Code's what most people use. I think I need water. No, I'm good. When we go back, we'll get the kitty cam back on too. Oh. Kitty catting. What are you thinking? You gonna go after my food, or are you gonna be cool? Put the camera on you. So try to be cool. All right. We'll see. Yeah. I am hungry though. This is needed food. All right. Let's get kitty on. Oh, it doesn't have her to clean herself. Very excited. A little miso. Yeah. Who's got a little sword? Where are you at? Where's your that little sword down here? Wait, where's he at? He's over here. Sword there. Oh, you're gonna need rabbit kicks? I'm gonna get rabbit kicks out of you? Good. So the actual astronaut, yeah, it's just kind of floating there, waiting for her. It's funny watching the screen from everyone. Like, hey, where are you going? No, you're awake. You want to go over here? You want to go over here? Hey, come over here. Did I put the microfiber back in there? I don't think I did. Hey, where's the towel? There's a little thing. Can you come up here? What are you doing? Hey, where did I put I just put it? No. There it is. She might be going inside too. Every time I get up, she gets jealous and it's like, I can't believe you left the garage without me. I'm sure this bag ASMR is ideal for listeners. My background removal is not cutting it right now. Why is my background removal not cutting it right now? Do I not have them on? I have them on. That's crazy. Okay. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. Kitty, what are you doing? What are you thinking, huh?
I just threw that in an empty trash can. That's awesome. All right, we'll back up to, I guess, hand cam. I think that's about right for hand cam. Jen, are you really want to go inside? What I was gonna do is I usually have like little ducks and stuff up here that we can, although I keep throwing them today. Kitty, you want to go inside? Is that what you want to do? You want to go? What's up? In or out? What are you thinking? All right, good talk. Found it? Oh. Losing things. Oh, all right. This is what hour 6 of streaming looks like. I just get lost. I think I'm supposed to be doing. He's been sick with it. Just Neil's been playing some like piano and guitar and stuff on his freaking Ableton Bush. It's been awesome. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of sushi. I might save the hot food for a little later. You don't drink. Close that window. Oh, that's StreamYard on it. Just like StreamYard. Not that anybody watches on YouTube, but I do like to have more content out there. And then here, I should have the answer I'm looking for. Yes. It's not enough. Is that enough to make it worth it? It's not. Let's just use this. Put it in line. You might need to put IMG after, well, no, so the way that's going to work now is it'll put IMG at the end of it. I mean, here's see what happens if you do Noxious Wave IMG and then end a galaxy made of. Also, we'll talk about how to possibly make that better when it prints. We'll see. Maybe that works. Well, the stabbing is wrong, but I don't know how to fix it. It's on encode. You gotta go here. It's already up one. That's the end of it. What's that? Oh, that's that. Okay. Then it doesn't need up one. Hey, you want to sit up there? You can. Hey, you can sit up there. I'll move these. You know the backpack up there? You're gonna make me move that? Hey, if I put the backpack up here, you gonna fit? Huh? How about that? You want this? Yeah, here, look out. Ma'am? Throw the backpack out and move a little bit. Here. Ma'am. Kitty. Kitty. I was putting it up there for you. Hey. Hey, ma'am. Come here. Oh, come here. Look, she can sit right there. Okay. Start with the second one. No, they're just asynchronous. Just I think the first one failed. The first one failed. Notice where your IMG in the galaxy. There's a cartoon character of. It should have worked. It might send you both. It might want it when we went from Blip to edit photo maker. Oh. Did you turn your own camera off? What is going on with my camera? It's on. Oh, the whole section's off. All right. You must have done that. You press the button. There you are. There you are. You going for the sushi? She's the real star of the stream, so I got to make sure that she. Hey, Kitty. Kitty, you're getting dangerously close to my sushi. I don't think I like it. I'm gonna stay there. I'm gonna eat my sushi. You good? Yours turned out really cool. It always trying to find the man in the moon. Because you don't have an actual person. Once I expose styles better, we'll be able to have more fun with that, I think. I might put that one up somewhere. I need to turn putting them onto the screen as a point redeem, because ideally, if we have enough people in here that are playing with it enough, I can't put everything up. But I would like to people to be able to say, like, I like that one, put it on the fridge. So I need to do a point redeem at some point for that. Because right now I just drag them all individually. Put it neon. All right, image. I had the image name earlier. Do I need to go back to ECS to find that? ECR rather. Copy that URI. And let's go here. So that's there. Container name. We'll abstract all this eventually. Oh, we could do service name container. So Drew, this should technically be account name. This whole thing should be passed in. Variable service image. What I need to do it here. This all gets abstracted away as soon as I figure out one other piece. So these are all temporary. This is going to be service image equals name cluster image. I guess if I do want to keep all my variables together, I think. This image, sure. I don't want all that.
Yeah.
It should probably be a local dot, right? Local dot. And now the service might be done. What do we have? Any other hard-coded I don't like? I think I'm no longer using this, but that's the way data, task definition. No, the task definition is this. Oh, here is that. I still do another one. Did you do another one? This here. CD tofu mix. Simply she holds my hand and oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let go. Wasn't like the side of her jaw rubbed. Yawn. Can I have my finger back? ECS service main TF28 visuals. Bar dot service image, for whatever reason I did that. Container image. Container image seems so freaking terrible for a name, but that is what it is. The image that is going to be deployed into a container. Quad. I'm trying to import. I'm trying to import a cluster that's already been created. I have the cluster name and want to import it as a data source. And code. Why is this not working? Go down to 18. On 18. It's not out of that. Where is this? ECS service on main TF. On 18. Does not have that. The local dot string. Oh, it has an issue with this. That one. Service memory that's required. Memory. We'll extract those two. So this could be var dot. Memory. Those variables. Service memory. Service CPU. Task. I think I can't see my terrible wrist position because my wrists keep getting screwed up, and it's because I just have terrible posture right now. But it's because Kitty's up here. She deserves to be up there. Let's do all that. Yeah, my wrist is terrible right now. What am I doing? Get fucking my wrist up. I need to turn my higher on it. Please. Yeah, that's what it is. My wrist has been actually bothered lately because I've been doing this too much. I don't normally code this much. I am an architect by trade, normally designing, but I am a startup founder, so this is what I do. Welcome to founder life, where you just do everything. All right, I'm over variabilizing this. Let's get rid of half this shit. All right, well, what memory and CPU? Because I already have those saved into my service. If we did task CPU memory, I think we're still sitting pretty. Okay, what happens now? So we're gonna take everybody's Discord. I may be playing Power World a little later with a gaming group. That's a childhood friend of mine. Nope. Gotta go find his Discord because I have way too many Discords, as I think everybody probably does that stays on Twitch much. And shout out, by the way, let me give him a shout out. Talk about him. Nobody's not do that, right? Use him while you got him. Shout out. Broad World, good childhood friend of mine. He runs a community called Noobroom. That's a gaming community. He has, at one point they did a dating show that was really cool with a gamer girl and a bunch of dudes that I would like, but I think he's going to do again. I want to include some devs in it. I think it'd be a lot of fun. All right, where the hell is his? Where's Broad World? Where's Noobroom? I guess it was called. I don't. Let me know if you can figure out the best way to know about ads. That is something I do wrong because I don't track my ads, and I don't like that I don't track my ads. So if you can figure that out and show me, I would love that. Like I'm looking at OBS, I just don't see anywhere on here that says. I know I've seen it before. Like when my next ad is, I need to get better about that because I don't want to interrupt your experience the wrong way. But I use Twitch Turbo, so I don't deal with that as much personally. So I don't know the answer. Oh my god, I hate. Oh, there it is. Okay, I got a park on it. That's good enough. Maybe he'll tell me if he goes live later. I give him a shout out. Hopefully he'll hit me up if he goes live. Not live today. Streamline. Well, no, I use StreamerBot as well. So if there's some way to do that via StreamerBot, I'm just not as familiar. I am not good at StreamerBot. Probably need to do more things here. I just don't. Rock control. Was that? All right, I'll look at this stuff later though. All right, what are we looking at here? Service port is required but not found in the definition. We're down to 2 errors. I like that. For Q2. I need to get better about this. Add run. This event gets triggered when the ad starts. If you're looking for an event that triggers 5 seconds before the ad, then use add mid-roll events. Add length, add schedule. I'm gonna look at that later. I just don't navigate around StreamerBot very fast. It doesn't really tell me a whole lot. It just says add run, Twitch event reference. It's like an API doc, but it doesn't really, like this event gets triggered when the ad starts. Yeah. I'll look into that a little later. I definitely need to get a better understanding where my ads are going because I do hate to interrupt. All right, ECS service line 15 on main.tf. It's one of the it's crazy. I tried to tell somebody that's easy to use when they were a brand new streamer, and I was like, okay, maybe not for you. Like they're not techie at all. I was like, StreamerBot is, you gotta know a little bit of, you gotta be a little savvy to get around it. All right. It's hurt, man. I've been having these headphones in too much. The no definition task family name is required. Okay. Task family name. Yeah, agreed. I am the worst about that. Service port is required. What? Service port goes on line 15. Oh, sorry, both of these. Oh, God. Okay, so undo. Family. And then here, I need to give task family name equals that. And it wants service port equals 8080 default use. I swear to God, I just put those other things in there. They're not less. In ECS service, task family name is required. In ECS service, task family name service port. Here. And this. Big C hash guy. That'd be good. And that's the whole thing. If we need open source repos, so we can all just copy each other's code, save we get a lot of time. I don't have that. That's on me. I'm okay with that. I have subnet. Family equals. Oh, that's okay. Name. What up, kitty? Family name. Oh, I do need to have that. It equals local service name. Oh no. Family name equals. I don't even use those. Complete variables. I deleted the task family name. I'm gonna add that back. Variable task family name. Do omit. I do not need to omit again. I do need to apply again. Okay, security group, subnet are problems I expect. Cluster main ID should not be an issue. We have hit. Oh, you would come in now. Congrats on affiliate, by the way. Which one getting? I think I might be reading out though. It has been, we're at what, a little over 6 hours. I might get on a little later tonight as well. Maybe play some games or something. But I'm fading a little bit. I've been getting roadblocks left and right, and it's just a lot going on. But it's got to have the repo with it too, right? Well, Adam Learns Live is killing it right now. Nate Codes is killing it right now. Axelot's killing it right now. So I'm trying to see who's. I think just because Cricket was on the raid train, I think we're going to go join Cricket. Cricket is a really good game dev that's working right now on a project around a turn-based RPG, kind of like Final Fantasy. And Cricket gets a huge spot in my book because he signed up for the raid training, did a pull request immediately, and bang, was in. And just no questions asked. I said, hey, I'm going to raid train. I need bodies. He said, yep. Oh, I didn't shut up. So yeah, we'll do follow up, but you follow up the raid. No questions asked. He just wanted to do it. You know what? You're a hero. Thank you. And I hadn't really met. Thanks, Fix It. Thanks everybody that came in. Thanks for the follows. Please do follow if you want to come back. I know Big Gamey brought a bunch of you guys in here. So thank you, Big Gamey and Thorny for the raids. Tiberian, hope I didn't piss you off too much. Alvi, great to meet you. And I think we're back to the Gamlot to the Dono. Thank you for the Dono as well. Thanks everybody for hanging out. And as always, duck. Oh, I need to log off of StreamYard. Thank you, YouTube.